and I'm going to be starting the public session. There's a few rules that that our district manager will go into more detail. As you see, there is a slide. Angel, would you like to explain a little bit of housekeeping for the meeting?
Certainly. Good evening, everyone. My name is Angel Muscane, District Manager for Community Board 11. Until further notice, all meetings of CB11 are being conducted by video conference. Links to register to attend these meetings are listed on the website, on the calendar on the website, CB11M.org.
Thank you, Angel.
Next slide, please. Just one more. Okay. To avoid crosstalk and help the meeting run effectively, panelists and attendees are asked to keep their microphones on mute when they are not speaking. It is also helpful to utilize headphones. Those participating by phone can dial *6 to unmute. If you wish to share a question or comment, you may do so by utilizing the raise hands function. Those participating by phone can dial *9 to raise their hand. Our staff will monitor these requests to ensure that hands are recognized in turn. Questions left in the chat will not be recognized. Board members will be called on first, then attendees. Please keep your questions or comments brief. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As I mentioned, I called the meeting to order at 6:35. This is the public speaking session where we have our elected officials come out and tell us a little bit about what's going on in the community and highlight a lot of their important work. With that, we're going to start with the pre-registered speakers. Each one has 3 minutes, 2 minutes to speak and 1 minute for questions. With that, Angel, do you have the list of who's registered to speak?
Certainly. So we have Jasmine Lawrence from the Cayuga Centers, then Alex Silver from Animal Care Centers of NYC, and followed by Noel Adisea from Metropolitan Hospital. Ms. Lawrence?
Did you say Jessica Morris?
Jessica Lawrence.
Sorry.
Jasmine Lawrence. Ms. Lawrence, is she on the call? Okay, we'll move on to Alex Silver from ACC.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes, hi, Alex.
Oh, wonderful. Hi, thank you so much for having me. Yeah, I just wanted to pop on briefly and share, for those of you who don't know, I am from Animal Care Centers of New York City, which in Manhattan is on East 110th Street between 1st and 2nd. We've been open and taking care of animals during the pandemic. I know I haven't come to a meeting in a while, but I wanted to check in because we have a whole lot of job openings and I wanted to get the word out there. And I also wanted to thank the community board for helping spread the word, because I know on the website on the job boards, you guys have shared a link to our careers page. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. And to anyone who knows anyone who's looking for a job, we are hiring not just at our Manhattan Care Center, which is in the district, but at our other locations as well. There's a whole variety of positions in different departments, different experience levels. Among the positions we're looking for is a director of shelter operations, where I think they're really looking for someone with some, management experience and obviously affinity for animals. But I'd encourage everyone, again, to take a look. And if you know anyone, please help spread the word. And the other thing I just wanted to touch on was a reminder that we are still doing kids programming, even though we are not able to visit schools or host field trips physically at our care center. We are doing remote presentations. So if anyone knows any groups or classes, any teachers who would like to host a virtual presentation, my colleague Catherine is fantastic at giving presentations for all kinds, all age groups, and we have a variety of presentations. So if anyone wants more information about that, please check out our website and also the careers, nycacc.org. And thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Alex. Do we have any questions for Ms. Silver? No? Okay. Noel, let us say at Metropolitan Hospital. Oh, I'm sorry, Noel. Just one quick note for members. For any members that are having trouble accessing the meeting, we just resent the Zoom link to everyone. Noel?
Hi, everyone. Noel Alisea from Metropolitan Hospital, your local community public hospital. We are open. We are seeing patients March is National Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month. Colorectal cancer is a deadly killer of men and women, but it is also very treatable if found early. And the screening for colorectal cancer, most likely the colonoscopy is the most common one, is also an opportunity to treat the disease. So I encourage everyone, especially if you're 45 and older. 45 is the new 50, is what they're saying this year. So we're able to see you for your colonoscopy and your colorectal health in general. I also want to remind people that the testing center is open on 97th Street, 7 days a week, walk in. And we also have vaccine. Vaccine is by appointment only, but we're getting a very good flow of people coming in to get vaccinated. If people have questions about vaccination, let me know. We can point you to resources. And I also want to mention the state budget is still in flux, and I want to give a shout out to the Assembly Member Rodriguez for helping to push back against cuts that have been proposed in the executive budgets. These are cuts to the indigent care pool, which includes a disproportionate share hospital funds. These are the funds that go to hospitals that provide services to patients who are not covered by insurance. As some of you have been following this for years know, this is a big issue. Public hospitals are at the bottom of the list to get those funds, even though we shoulder the burden of those patients, and we are happy to serve patients regardless of their ability to pay. I'm going to put my contact information in the chat if anybody needs to reach me. My telephone number for those who are not in the chat is 212-423-8162. Thank you.
Thank you, Noel. Do we have any questions for Mr. Alicea? Okay, and the last registered, sorry, we have one hand in the public gallery from Saud Hassan. Sir Hassan, do you wish to speak during this session? Did you have a question for someone?
No, I'm going to be giving the report for Senator Serrano.
Okay.
Angel,
Yeah.
it also looks like Jasmine Lawrence was also in the participants, but she was muted. So I'm not sure if she's still on.
I'm here. Is it my time to speak? Can I speak? I wasn't sure because I just got the notification to unmute.
Sure, you can go ahead. Thank you, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you. Hi, Community Board 11. My name is Jasmine Lawrence. I am the Media and Community Specialist at Cayuga Centers. Just wanted to give you some updates on what we've been doing on the community. We worked in partnership with Test and Trace on March 8th to have a COVID testing site at one of our facilities on 3rd Avenue between 118th and 119th, and it was largely successful. We're really interested in hosting a pop-up vaccination site if that's possible. I've noticed some churches have been doing that in the area, so I just wanted to reach out to learn a little bit more about how that's happening and how we can be a part of it, since we do have the space to actually host that. I also did want to give some updates on the increasing media coverage toward the UC or unaccompanied minor population at our borders. We've obviously have noticed that, and that is part of one of our programs that we have here at Cayuga Centers, providing short-term foster care to unaccompanied migrant youth. We've been working with the Office of Refugee Resettlement since 2014, and we are really optimistic about how the current administration is handling this. I will include my information, contact information, as well as a link tree with frequently asked questions. I just wanted to speak to Community Board 11 in the spirit of transparency, since I do know that we have had a lot of questions related to the children in our care, and just wanted to be transparent about that. And we do share the same concerns you have about children being kept in border camps. And obviously we are against that, and we are in full support with the studies that suggest that children do most best when they are in the homes with people who can take care of them. So with that, I'll include my information so that anyone who has further questions can direct them to me.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. Do we have any questions for Ms. Lawrence? Nye Whitaker, you have a question?
Yes, I know that there was a press conference several years ago under the Trump administration with our senator and our lieutenant governor and others expressing concern about the children from the border that were being sheltered at the Cayuga centers. And I didn't know if you had a report as to whether or not there are any children still under your care, and also just a better understanding, or if you could share about your recent expansion across Harlem and what I guess is fueling that, and or if you see that there will be other additional sites that you will be placing in our district or across our neighboring districts as we address the border issue with the children that are unaccompanied. I used to actually live in the building right above where your center was, and I know that there were some protests and concerns early, and so just wanted an update on that.
Got it. So yes, definitely, that is a bit before my time, but I am aware that there was some press related to the previous administration and how they were handling the UC population. Obviously, we've been seeing just in the news, just the influx of people arriving at our borders, largely children that are coming without their parents. So that has related to our expansion. Due to the privacy of the children in our care or the youth in our care, we don't disclose the number that we have, but we do have the capacity for 900 beds. So we have between 0 to 900 kids at any given period of time. We are expanding in one of our Bronx offices, so we'll have another office in the Bronx, but most of our expansion will be happening in the areas that are needed nationwide as this as the population keeps coming in. I hope that further answers your question.
Can I just have one quick follow-up? I just wanted, what I think I'm trying to understand.
You're muted, Night.
No, I can't hear her.
Could you guys hear me?
No.
Could you guys hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Now it's Nilsa. I'm not sure if you're still talking, but I'm not hearing you now. I'm hearing static.
Can you hear me now, Nilsa?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Sorry, I just didn't know if my follow-up question was clearer, which was I'm just trying to understand between the centers that currently exist in Harlem, river to river, I think there's 3 or 4, how many or what proportion, without infringing on any privacy, what portion of the minors that you are now caring for are as a result of the unaccompanied minor situation at the border? Thank you, Nilsa.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I can only speak on our capacity, and we have the capacity for 900 beds. So that's as much as I know. I'm not familiar with the capacity for other nonprofits that are in this space. And also, I did include in the link tree that I included in the chat, we do have a page of frequently asked questions, since we do know that the community has been, having some concerns. And so a lot of these questions and understanding just the process of having children move from the custody at the border to temporary housing is explained a little bit better in the frequently asked questions, and there's a link there.
Thanks again. I think we have one more question from a board member from Osandi Garcia.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us today. My question is, considering that a lot of these children have been through a traumatic experience, coming up through the border and then being placed into temporary housing, what precautions are your centers taking to making sure that their mental health, that they're actually getting support for the mental health? And also, what safety and precautions are you taking to make sure that they are not susceptible to abuse under your care?
That's a great question. So we have part of the services that we provide. We have a full medical staff, as well as clinicians and therapists that work with the unaccompanied minors once they arrive. We also have wellness checkpoints at all of our offices to be compliant with just COVID related compliance to reduce the spread. And obviously we do know that there is trauma that's associated with being, alone and with the travel. And so that is what our therapists and our clinicians focus on. And our staff is bilingual, so we can communicate with these children, which I think is obviously incredibly necessary. And they're placed in foster homes that also speak Spanish as well to further support them. But ultimately, the goal is reunification or unification. So in the temporary time that we're offering support, we also have a department that is working tirelessly to find a family member or a sponsor that the child can stay with. So that is the ultimate goal of our work. And obviously the foster situation is purposely temporary.
I thank you for sharing that. Considering that, I'm asking the reason I'm asking this question is because a lot of the children's have been reports that a lot of children have been further victimized under the care of people in these ICE centers. So I would like to make sure that you are receiving the support that you need in order to make sure that they are safe. And as they transition into what is hopefully a stable family environment, that you are provided with either the guidance support of this board or from other agencies to make sure that the trauma that they have lived in these centers isn't perpetuated here in the city. So is your center taking precautions to make sure that these children are not violated furtherly? And do you foresee needing additional support to make sure that this does not happen here?
So I can assure that, we are providing the support that's necessary for placement, and part of unification is obviously thoroughly vetting the families, whether it is a sponsor that is a distant relative or first kin. I think the best way I can think of in terms of support is that we're in constant need of Spanish-speaking foster parents. And I've also included that link of our foster parent interest form, as well as frequently asked questions. That is the best way that the community board can help in terms of support of spreading that word, because we do have, obviously with the, we obviously are at 900 beds, but if this continues to happen, then we could potentially see an expansion in our capacity, and with that, we'll need more parents.
Okay. Well, you definitely have my support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna call one last board member, Dawn Sanders.
Here, I just, what's happened here is just really, I mean, I know it's traumatic to the children and their families, but I too am like very, very disturbed by what happened here 2 years ago. Because as I understand it, the children who arrived 2 years ago, I believe it was in 2018, those children were separated from their families, and some of them were too young to know their parents' names. So how do we rectify what we did, being part of that separation and dealing with the fact that some children are not going to be or haven't been reunited with their families because they were separated too young without proper record keeping?
That's a great question, Dawn. And honestly, that is a conversation that is way above me and is definitely related to our current administration and how they'll be handling just the influx of unaccompanied minors that are coming here. I can't speak too much to the influx in 2018, but I can assure you that we are not ICE. We are not the federal government. We're entrusted to care for these children and these youth while we're finding their families. And that is the part of the process that we're a part of. In terms of the separation.
Sorry, I don't want to take up too much of your time.
Yeah, sure.
I don't want to take up too much of your time, but maybe you could find somebody to find out what happened to the children who landed here in 2018, who we tried to gather toys and different things for them, and we were told they were off limits. And I would like to know what happened to the children who were physically separated and sent to this community. If you can get somebody to write us an email. So sorry, I don't want to take up any more time.
Surely, I've included my email address. I can speak very briefly to the fact that children are usually in our care on an average of 38 days. As we work toward unification, most likely because of our relationship with ORR and the privacy related to kids, I will not be able to release data on specific cases or specific children due to their privacy and the fact that they are minors.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. Wherever possible, any information of a general nature, because I quite understand about not being able to release specific data, but anything that Cayuga centers can release in terms of maybe a percentage of the young people who came at your centers that may have been reunified with their families or placed in a setting that is not sensitive or is not going to violate the oaths and the contracts that you have in place. As a community, we were very concerned when these young people were separated and placed within our community. And so, as you see, those concerns do not abate, even with a new administration. If anything, they remind us of what happened and what has the potential of continuing to happen. You yourself mentioned about the possibility of an increase in bed and the services that you provide. So we have a human services committee that would be more than happy to entertain some type of a presentation based on what can be shared or just your general practices so that we're all clear as to what might occur with a placement in general settings without violating any kind of rules or regulations that you have to follow. So I thank you very much for taking the time and sharing. And I thank all the questions on behalf of these young people that were in our community. And with that, I'm going to move to the elected official reports. Angel, can you call the first person? I believe Councilwoman Diana Ayala is here.
Yes.
Okay. So Diana, would you like to start? And Angel
Hi,
will
good evening,
continue.
everybody.
Hi, Maggie. Will you be speaking or will the councilwoman be speaking?
Hi, this is Maggie McDermott. I'm speaking on behalf of Councilmember Ayala. I'm sorry for the confusion. I used her login. That's what, pardon me. So good evening, everyone. This is Maggie McDermott, the Director of External Affairs for the Office of Councilmember Diana Ayala. I'm glad to be here. Thank you for having me. First and foremost, happy Women's History Month. I want to wish everybody a happy Women's History Month, even though every month is Women's History Month in my mind. So we'll start with that. Secondly, I want to announce that Councilmember Ayala would love for everybody to join us on Tuesday, March 30th for a virtual tenant eviction prevention act forum. It will be a discussion along with the Q&A, and individual that might be in a position where there are court proceedings, rental assistance,
Maggie, your audio dropped out.
chat.
Maggie, we couldn't hear you for like a second there. Can you repeat what you were saying?
I don't know what's happening. I'm so sorry. Do you hear me now?
Yes, Maggie.
Hello? Oh, thanks, Angel. So in regards to the Tenant Eviction Prevention Act Forum, I will pop that link into the chat box for the panelists. Otherwise, we want you to know that Councilmember Ayala's ongoing efforts have resulted in heightened vaccination access within East Harlem, within the East Harlem community. Our 125th Street Working Group is still going strong. And we want to remind everybody to please continue your due diligence in regards to protecting yourself from COVID-19. Continue to wear your mask, use hand sanitizer, constantly wash your hands, and such. We are opened, we are fully operational from Monday through Friday. We are located at 105 East 116th Street. The hours of operation are from 9 to 5. And like I said, we have a constituent services team on site and ready to assist constituents. The phone number to Councilmember Ayala's East Harlem office is 212-828-9800. Any questions? Okay, thank you all.
No questions.
Thank you. Everybody have a good night. I'm here.
Thank you,
Okay.
Angel. Can you call the next speaker?
Sure.
Thanks.
The next speaker is Suad Hassan from Senator Serrano's office.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Good evening. My name is Suad Hassan. I'm the Director of Community Affairs for Senator Serrano, and I will be the new rep for CB11. So last week, Senate passed the HALT Solitary Confinement Act. HALT limits the use of long-term solitary confinement for all incarcerated people and eliminates the use of segregated confinement for vulnerable incarcerated populations, including pregnant women, people younger than 21, and people older than 55. Updates on bills that Senator Serrano sponsored. A few weeks ago, the Senator's bill to authorize the Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation to establish a resident curator program for the rehabilitation of state park buildings unanimously passed in the Senate. Last month, the senator's bill to require recycling in city parks and historic sites also passed in the Senate. This bill requires signage encouraging visitors to use trash bins or carry out what they bring in. It also provides assistance for these programs. In February and March, the Senate passed legislative packages to better support and protect nursing home residents, aid for college students, COVID-19 workforce safety standards and support, utility reforms, as well as maternal and reproductive health. Thank you to Union Settlement for hosting yesterday's event about women health disparities that the senator was able to be a part of. Included in the package of bills passed by the Senate to address health disparities in New York State was Senator Serrano's bill to require additional cultural competency training for all medical professionals. 2 weeks ago, the senator and New York State Controller were on Manhattan News Network represent NYC to discuss COVID-19 impacts on the arts. The senator also joined a letter with East Harlem electeds and groups to ramp up and modify vaccination efforts in East Harlem. So on to the budget. The Senate passed their one house budget. This is the Senate's proposal for what they think the final budget should look like. And now they will go into negotiations with the governor. The governor has said that between federal aid and improved revenue projections, the state will be made whole, saying there's no further need for revenue increases. This means service providers will be made whole by delayed payments during the current budget year, as well as service providers can expect full funding in the coming budget year. Many were slated for 15% or other reductions. Although the governor says we don't need revenue increases, we cannot financially burden our already struggling working and middle class families. As New York State works to address the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic, the ultra wealthy New Yorkers need to pay their fair share. The Senate and Assembly have each proposed approximately $6.5 billion in new revenues. The Senate proposes to use additional revenues for fulfilling state commitments to service providers that have almost across the board experienced increased enrollment during the pandemic. It will create a $2 billion fund to provide aid to excluded workers. This includes undocumented workers who didn't receive federal help. This will also provide an additional $400 million for residential rental assistance in addition to the over $1.3 billion in federal funding for this purpose. $1 billion relief fund for small businesses, providing both commercial rent relief aid and aid for COVID impacts in reopening. Providing $3.5 billion additional to the executive proposal for education, including a $1.37 billion foundation aid increase. Also $100 million for arts organizations shuttered during the pandemic. It restores $1 billion in healthcare cuts and costs shifts that impact services for safety net hospitals in our most vulnerable populations. Provides an additional $624 million to increase the minimum wage for the lowest paid home healthcare workers, provides $200 million for acute care facilities and nursing homes to increase nurse staff levels. The Senate fully offsets the TAP gap by providing direct operating support to both SUNY and CUNY and by increasing the maximum TAP award by 1,000. This also restores executive cuts to SUNY and CUNY. So that's all on the budget. We've, in the office, we've been seeing new unemployment issues regarding reapplying for unemployment for the new year, as well as fraud. We can help with these issues, as well as other concern. Our office continues to distribute hand sanitizer and masks to individuals and organizations in need. We are also helping assist with vaccine appointments. And lastly, our new office address is 335 East 100th Street between 1st and 2nd Ave. Our phone number is 212-828-5829. And my name is Suad. Thank you.
Thank you, Suad. Do we have any questions for Ms. Hassan? If no, the next elected rep is Wilmer Cabral from Senator Benjamin's office.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. Well, my Senate Council report explained a lot about what was going on with the budget, so I won't go into too much detail. There is one bill in particular that the senator is working on with the help of Diana Ayala's office, advocating for it. It will extend the curfew for student metro passes. Currently, it's at 8:30, and it will lift that. So, a lot of our students, they can't do a lot of their extracurriculars in the past because they couldn't use their metro cards at night, and there would be that extra expense. So we would be able to offset that, thankfully, if that passes. Other than that, I really want to stress that our office is open. You guys can call us at 212-222-7315. We are dealing with a lot of unemployment claims. So please reach out to us if you guys know of anyone that's experiencing it, and we'll work with them and trying to get them their funds. That's really it for me. If anybody else has any questions.
Thanks, Wilmer. We have any questions for Mr. Cabral? Okay. The next rep is Will Lopez from Councilmember Kalos's office.
Good evening, everyone. So filling in for the council member, he apologized he couldn't make it this month. We just put out our annual report. I am dropping the link. Is that me or is that someone else? Okay. I just dropped the link in the chat, benkalos.com/newsletters. Many of you are aware tomorrow there's a beginning of a blackout period due to the upcoming primary election. So this will be the last communication that is sent out from our office that doesn't relay directly concerning either budget issues or other state mandated communications. But regardless, our website's still available and we'll be posting all of our updates on our website. So we celebrated our annual State of the District last month with appearances by Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, who was here last month at this meeting, Congresswoman Maloney, Borough President Brewer, and dozen elected officials and community leaders. We thank everyone who joined us. We are taking on the blight of empty storefronts is something that is plaguing CB11 as well as the city as a whole. Part of the problem is we don't know who owns many of the buildings because there are faceless corporations who keep these storefronts vacant. So the council members authored legislation to help reveal them so we can work to recover them. So the legislation will pull the veil of secrecy created by LLCs by requiring that building owners tell us who the real persons are behind the LLCs. This will be through any time that a building permit is pulled or any time that a certificate of occupancy is filed. Any beneficial owners that have more than 5% interest would have to be disclosed to the city. This will also help the city to recover the tens of millions of dollars in unpaid fines that are currently sitting uncollected, which would go a long way of helping the city's coffers. Another key element of the recovery is making sure that we understand the disparities in law enforcement. The mayor is releasing a plan. We are waiting to see what that plan actually entails, to see if this will actually address many of the concerns that were brought up by members of this community board, members of the community. We're not hopeful, but we, at the very least, are expecting to have the beginning of fruitful conversations when it comes to police accountability and law enforcement accountability. With that, as always, I will drop my email. If anyone needs anything from our office, you can reach me at wlopez@benkalos.com, or you can call me at 718-427-1132. That is my cell phone number. I do pick up, so feel free to call me if you have any questions.
Thanks, Will. I thought we had a question from Stephanie. Do you have a question? Was that an accidental click? Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Lopez? Okay, thank you. Are there any other elected reps that wish to speak before we move on to the Borough President's report? If so, please raise your hand. And if not, we'll move on to the President's report. Isabella Braille.
Good evening, everybody. The board president is going to join us later, and she will deliver the remarks for tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Isabel. Madam Chair. Did we lose Nelsa? Nelsa?
And here I was talking wonderfully and I was muted. I'm going to start again. Thank you, Isabel. With that, I'm going to be closing the public session and I will be starting the business session at 7:16 p.m. I thank everyone for attending. And this is this part of the meeting where the board deliberates and does its work and votes on committee recommendations and motions. With that, I'm going to ask the district manager, Angel Muscane, to call the roll.
Okay, when I call your name, please say present. Jose Altamirano. Jose Altamirano. Stephanie Arroyo.
Here.
Before we proceed, folks, if you're not speaking, please keep your microphone on mute. Thank you, Stephanie. Dan Briha. Rakeem Brooks. Rakeem Brooks. Yolanda Brown.
Present.
Thank you. Chan.
Present.
Thank you. And Carlos excused. Carlos Diaz.
Present.
Thank you. Angela Donadell.
Present.
Thank you. Jessica Elliott. Jessica Elliott. Elsie Encarnacion.
Present.
Thank you. Judith Ferraro.
Present.
Thank you. Roger Flores.
Presente.
Gracias. Osendi Garcia.
Present.
Thank you. David Giordano.
Present.
Thank you. Joe Goldblum. Joe Goldblum. John Green.
Here.
Thank you. Robert Harvey.
Present.
Thank you. Jada Heredia.
Here. Present.
Ivy Hume.
Present.
Thank you. Jean-Pierre Kamwa. Jean-Pierre. Amy Quiros Pachucci. Amy. Marissa Mack. Marissa. Giselle Malave.
Here.
Present.
Okay, so
Can you hear me, Angel? Sorry.
the here was Marissa and the present was Giselle. Thank you both.
Jessica
Patricia
also
Martin.
here, so sorry.
Present.
Thank you, Pat. There was another voice there. Who was that?
Jessica, sorry, I couldn't get off mute earlier.
Oh, Elliot. Okay. Francis Mastroda. Francis. Malik McCullough. Malik. Jennifer Meyer.
Present.
Thank you. Jessica Morris.
Present.
Thank you. Nelson Rama.
Present.
Andrew Padilla.
Present.
Thank you. Arturo Perez.
Present.
Thank you. Celia Ramirez. Celia. Don Sanders.
Here.
Thank you. Xavier Santiago.
Present.
Thank you. Jeremiah Schlotman.
Present.
Thank you. Isaac Scott.
Here.
Thank you. Russell Schuler.
Present.
Thank you. Vinny Torres. Vinny Torres. Jason Villanueva? Jason? Stephen Villanueva? Stephen? Candy Vivas Vasquez? Candy? Nye Whitaker?
Present.
Michelle Wilcher Clement?
Present.
Thank you. Jason Wu?
Here.
Thank you. We have quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. With that, I ask if there's a motion to adopt the agenda.
Don't move, Vinny.
Second.
I'm sorry, can you say your name and state who made the motions for the record?
Vinny Torres.
Okay,
Second,
and
John
who's
Green.
second?
John Green.
Thank you, John. I'm going to do this vote by acclamation. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Are there
Aye.
any opposed? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries. I'm going to move on to my chair report. I want to thank everyone, as usual, for all their work in the community. And I want to thank all the community members who have been part of our virtual meetings and have seen me in the street and have sent me emails regarding their concerns and their positivity. I am very, very pleased with our community that is going out and getting vaccinated. I think it's very, very important that we do whatever possible it is to stem the tide against COVID. And so I want to thank everyone who is reading and following the science. And for those who are waiting, that's okay when you feel comfortable. And if you feel comfortable, you will make the right decision for you. As everything is COVID, usually COVID related, but the community continues to strive and work hard. The 125th Street working groups, the test and trace updates continue to happen. The Friends of La Marqueta group has moved forward and met with EDC. EDC is in the process of naming a market partner for La Marqueta. We have weekly updates with the Manhattan Vaccine Task Force. But one of the best things that happened this past month was Bob McCullough's birthday. Bob McCullough is an old member of the board, a longtime board member of the board. He is a community advocate. He works hard on behalf of the community. And it was my distinct honor as his friend, but as also part of the community board, to be part of his birthday celebration. As always, as chair, I continue to attend the borough board cabinet meetings. I'm very fortunate to have Xavier Santiago working diligently as the vice chair, and Angel Muscane and our staff, Carly and Marlene, working hard on behalf of the community. UMES meetings were attended. And so, I can go on and on as you see, as things open up. I look forward to seeing more of you in person. That has been something that has been robbed from us with COVID. So I look forward to interacting with you on a personal level, even if it's socially distanced. I want to take a moment to thank the board members who reapplied for community board service. As you know, community board service can be quite involved, and our meetings, especially our full boards, can go over long. And so I thank you for that. But I also want to take the opportunity to thank longstanding members such as Joseph Goldblum and Amy Quiros Petrucci, who did not reapply, but maybe in Joe Goldblum's case, might consider be a public member. And other members who may not have applied, like Celia Ramirez, who's a long-standing advocate of this community. Her love for the community is unparalleled. And so I hope that there are people who are taking a break, but that they will find it within themselves whenever possible to come back in some form or fashion and continue their work. I also want to thank two of the outgoing chairs, Stephen Villanueva and Jeremiah Schlotman, who from the very beginning have put their best foot forward in working hard for the community and working hard on behalf of their committees. They will be missed. And like I said, I hope that there will be an avenue where they will continue to work with the community board in some fashion. Whenever we have chair openings, I like to deliberate with my vice chair as well as office staff and the DM. So right now, land use is set. It is my great honor that Elsie Encarnacion will be the chair of the land use committee. The housing committee, however, I am going to, in consultation with those that I've mentioned and reviewing our roster, will then be making a decision within the coming weeks. So I just wanted to thank you all for your continued service. And I want to thank the Manhattan Borough President for putting together the training sessions. The training sessions have already started. There was a session on American Muslim. There was also a session, 2 transportation sessions. Tomorrow is a Zoom meeting session. And so if you have not registered for those sessions and you're available, please consider doing so. With that, I'm going to move to the district manager's report. But in terms of voting for a matter of record for the reports, I'm going to this meeting do the chair reports, the district manager reports, the officer reports, and the committee reports at the end. And we're going to do one motion to accept all the reports as a matter of record so that we can have one vote for the reporting. The individual action items will proceed as normal. I will batch wherever possible. With that, I move on to Angel Muscane. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Nelsa. Just sharing 3 things from my report to remind members and members of the public about 2 important meetings and 1 notice. First off, on March 30th at 6 p.m., the MTA will be holding a public hearing regarding the New York State eminent domain procedure law on the proposed acquisition of permanent and temporary property interest of properties in the borough of Manhattan in regards to the phase 2 of the 2nd Avenue subway. The hearing will be held online. The information for how to register to attend is available on the community events calendar on the community board website. Also, the MTA is currently scheduled to present an update on the overall 2nd Avenue subway project to our land use committee on April 10th, and that meeting is at 6:30. Will also be held virtually. Secondly, a public scoping meeting for the Las Raíces East Harlem project will be held on March 31st at beginning at 4 p.m. Presentations will start at 5. Written comments on the draft scope of work will be accepted by HPD until the close of business on April 12th. Copies of the environmental assessment statement, positive declaration, and draft scope of work are available for download at HPD's environmental review webpage and the current projects page on the CB11 website. And then lastly, just like a note, a reminder and encouragement to both our members and the public to please regularly review the community events page on our website as we post upcoming events. We regularly update this, including public hearings that may be of interest. And that's my report.
Thank you, Angel. We are going to now move to the Vice Chair report, Xavier Santiago.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome everyone to our March meeting. I hope everyone's staying safe. Try to keep it as brief as possible. Our chair covered a lot of the agenda items that we've had throughout every month we've been together. One of the we especially enjoyed Bob McCullough's birthday. It was a lot of fun. A couple items to note. Thank you to everyone who's attending the hearings during our budget season. It's very important for us to participate in that. If you have questions, please let us know. There is a process, especially if you are going to speak on behalf of the board, and you can circle to either the staff or to Nelson, myself, and we can explain that process. I've been out in the field for the past several weeks distributing PPE, going through NYCHA developments, Lakeview, other areas, where there are a lot of homebound seniors and homebound individuals that don't have access to PPE, food on a regular basis, let alone information on vaccines. Many of the people do not have technology. If you know anyone within your network or within your development that need these resources, please let us know. We're finding that in large in part, a lot of people are just unaware, and many of them don't even have just simple smartphones. They have a flip phone at best. So that's one of the things I've been out in the field, is distributing information as well as PPE. So we're going to continue doing that, as well as documenting conditions within our developments and out in the field. Also, too, many of our NYCHA developments and other tenant associations are starting back up with socially distanced meetings. So look out for that when we have our next housing committee meeting. Other than that, I ask everyone to please stay safe. If you are in one of the qualifying comorbidities or within the age range, please go get your vaccine. We have information out there that you can literally sign up, and those that need one last minute, sometimes you can get into a queue and get access to that. So it's very important. The sooner we get vaccinated, the sooner we can get back to normal business. But in the meantime, please wear your mask, wash your hands, and keep your distance. Thank you.
Thank you, Xavier, for that comprehensive report. And I will tell you that Xavier wears me out. I see all the places that he goes in the community. I see the care that he puts into and all the calls that he joins and the participation and that these he comes up with. And I can tell you that we have a really great advocate in Xavier in trying to move the work forward of the board, in addition to our interests wherever he can represent. So I just wanted to take a moment and thank Xavier for partnering with me in such a cohesive, extensive way to make sure that we try to cover all the bases. So I want to thank him and Angel and Carly and Marlene for their hard work in this regard as well. We have no officers' reports. So with that, I'm going to move to the committee reports. And I'm going to actually start with licenses and permits. As you see from your agenda, they have at least 5 action items. So with that, licenses and permits. Is Adem Griha on the meeting? Or if not, will you be covering this, Judith?
I'm here.
Okay.
I don't have it in front of me. The establishments. So if you can call it, I can. Yeah.
So Judith, I can read them out to you.
Okay.
And then I'll read them out. And if you want to give a little background, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one motion for the board to consider the recommendations as made by the committee. So
Yes,
I'm going to read the first one. Yeah, so I'm going to read the first one. Thank you, Judith. And let me start with this and hope that I'm reading it correctly. FFRC Inc. doing business as Triple Garibaldi. It's a new application for a full liquor license for a restaurant located at 2061 2nd Avenue, New York, 1029. That is located on 106th Street. The committee recommends that this application be approved. The motion to approve was made by Angela Donadell, seconded by Celia Ramirez, and passed unanimously. Does the board have any questions for Judith on that application?
No, that.
I see no questions. So with that, I'm going to move to the second item, Judith. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, just in case. Spaha Pizza LLC doing business as Lexington Pizza Parlor. That's a renewal application for wine, beer, and cider license number 1283784 for a restaurant located at 1590 Lexington Avenue, New York, 1029 on 101st Street. The committee recommended that this application be approved. The motion to approve was made by Angela Donadell, seconded by Carlos Diaz, and passed unanimously. Does the board have any questions anything that they heard regarding that application that Judith might need to answer? I see no questions.
Nope.
I'm moving to number 3. Taqueria Guadalupe Corp. Renewal application for wine, beer, and cider license number 1280808 for a restaurant located at 1743 Lexington Avenue, New York, 10029. That is located on 108th Street. The committee recommended that this application be approved. The motion to approve was made by Judith Fabaro, seconded by Angela Donadel, and passed unanimously.
Yes.
Any questions on that recommendation? Seeing none, I'm going to number 4, which was the Solushka Inc. doing business as Pasave House. The new application for wine, beer, and cider license for a restaurant located at 2270 First Avenue, New York, 10035. That's on 117th Street. The committee recommends that this application be approved. Motion to approve the applicant's request for a wine, beer, and cider license with the use of the restaurant's backyard was made by Carlos Diaz. It was seconded by Celia Ramirez and passed unanimously. Are there any questions regarding that?
No, and we had a couple of our board members check that applicant, and they were fine with the backyard, so we approved it.
Okay. Angel, can I ask a quick question? We have a 5th item from this committee regarding a festival for approval. Should I do that separately for both? Or can I group that under the committee's recommendation for all action items?
Yeah, you can group that, sure.
Okay, so good. So number 5 is the El Barrio Family Day Health Fair Festival, number 557095. It's a single block festival. It's dated for May 1st, 2021. The setup is at 8 a.m. and breakdown is 8 p.m. It will be located at East 106th Street between Lexington Avenue and 3rd Avenue. It's a full street closure. The applicant is Martina Garcia. She's from the Hispanic Community Organization for Life, and the committee recommends that this application be approved. The motion to approve was made by Celia Ramirez, seconded by Carlos Diaz, and passed unanimously. Do we have any questions on the application for the El Barrio Family Day Health Fair Festival?
No.
Okay, I see no questions. Thank you very much, Judith, for standing by to give us information. And seeing no questions, I am going to group items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I'm asking, is there a motion to adopt the committee's recommendations as a matter of record?
Motion to adopt. Okay, I second the motion.
Okay, can you clearly state your name or raise your hand? Who did the motion?
Yolanda Brown.
Yeah, Reverend Brown. And who second?
Angela Donadel.
Thank you, Angela.
You're
Okay, we're going to do a roll call vote. Angel?
Sure. Stephanie Arroyo,
Aye, yes.
Rakeem Brooks, oh, he's not here. Yolanda Brown,
Yes.
Eva Chan,
Yes.
Carlos Diaz,
Yes.
Angela Donadel,
Okay, yes.
Jessica Elliott,
Yes.
Jose Encarnacion,
Yes.
Judith Ferraro,
Yes.
Roger Flores,
Yes.
Otendi Garcia,
Yes.
David Giordano,
Yes.
Joe Goldblum, John Green,
Aye.
Robert Harvey,
Yes.
Jada for Heredia,
Yes.
Ivy Hume,
Yes.
Marissa Mack, Marissa,
Yes.
Giselle,
Yes.
Tricia Martin,
Yes.
Francis Mastroda is not here. Jennifer Meyer,
Yes.
Jessica Morris,
Yes.
Nelson Rama,
Yes.
Andrew Padilla,
Yes.
Arturo Perez,
Yes.
Juan Sanders,
Yes.
Xavier Santiago,
Yes.
Jeremiah Slotman,
Yes.
Isaac Scott,
Yes.
Russell Schuler,
Yes.
Vinnie Torres,
Yes.
Nye Whitaker,
Yes.
Michelle Wiltshire Clement,
Yes.
Jason Wu, Jason Wu, Jason. The motion passes.
Thank you so much. I just want to remind everyone, some of us have on earbuds and some of us have headphones. So please, wherever possible, just speak in a normal voice into your microphone, because if not, it comes out yelling, and that's quite disturbing. So thank you so much. Please make sure that you talk in a normal voice. That will be helpful to all of us. Judith, thank you so much for your report, and your standing by and your chiming in as needed for the Licenses and Permits Committee. With that, I'm going to move into Environment, Open Space and Parks. Thank you, Judith. Do you have something you want to say? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know I've been discussing this with Marlene, but have we gotten any definitive answers yet about some of these street fairs? Because my concern is even though we have some in April and we have some in May, no one has really given us a definitive answer as to, are we going to be able to do this with Corona right now? I mean, I'm just curious about that, because when I spoke to Marlene, we really didn't have a definitive answer yet on some of these street activities.
Well, I'm just speaking personally for myself, and Angel can then chime in if he knows something different. But just in terms of operation, I've seen that there is no real definitive answer right now. As you see, the city and the state is opening up in increments. Restaurants are now increasing by certain percentages. I think that depending on the rollout of the vaccine and whether the numbers and the percentages of infections stay low or stay stable at a certain number will dictate. I will tell you that in my other life as of running a building, we are running at 25%, and activities that we are doing, we're being really very careful, even though we can do more, just because everything is so uncertain. So I think that's something that we can definitely try to follow up on. I understand your hesitancy, especially since, we're voting on things and we want to hope that things become as normal as they can during this time. So I share your concern, and I thank you for voicing it, Judith. We will definitely see about following up and see if there's more concrete decisions made as time goes on. Angel, Marlene, you said that has already answered, but I'm wondering if Angel might have heard anything more recent from the time you spoke to Marlene, if anything has changed.
No, Marlene is in regular daily contact with the with the SAPO office, and will of course inform the committee so it can prepare, accordingly for its meetings as soon as any additional information is provided.
Oh, so if Marlene has given up, so Marlene gets up to date. There can't be more up to date than that. So
I speak to Marlene frequently about all of
so
this.
that's great. So yes, if Marlene said that she hasn't heard anything, then sure as shooting, we haven't heard anything, and she will definitely let us know as soon as something opens up where the activities happen. So we share your concern. We know that the community is going a little stir crazy, and we know that kids want to be out and want to participate.
Yeah,
But
I
like
al-
anything, we have to be careful.
Yeah, I also want to make sure that we are careful and that if we're going to have a numerous amount of people, you know, that there will be social distancing. I don't want anyone to, heaven forbid, get sick or something like that happening. And I have been speaking to Marlene. She
Oh,
has
good.
yeah, she has been calling me with the information going forward. But
So you have the latest information. Marlene, I want to thank you for always keeping us up to date and on our toes. And so it's like anything, right? When these applications come to the committee, that's the time to ask the questions. If the event actually happens, what are their COVID preparations in light of there may be too many people? So I will be expecting, as always, that the licenses and permits continue to do their due diligence. And with Marlene's help and keeping everything on task and informational wise, I know that things will move as safely and as healthily as possible. So thank you, Judith.
Okay.
With that, I'm going to move to the Environment, Open Space and Parks Committee. Chair Jessica Elliott.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Trying something new today, so thank you so much. I just wanted to give a couple updates because I think it will help inform the two action items on the floor. Just to go through the minutes really quickly, there's a few important updates. So Randall's Island Park Alliance is participating in the Youth Summer Employment Program and the Ladders for Leaders Employment Program. So those are on their website. So please tell everyone you know. In addition, New York City Parks is also involved in the Summer Youth Employment Program and Ladders for Leaders program. They're not sure of the quantity, but their opportunities are listed on the NYC Parks website as well. NYC Parks also reports that they're working on the $284 million of funding for the Esplanade. They're working on logistics and will be providing us updates, so stay tuned. And Thomas Jefferson Park will be open. It is open. This is outdated, March 11th. So I hope everyone can get a chance to get down there. Friends of the East River Esplanade is working on a youth fishing program this year at the bait station, which is award-winning. They have equipment and instructors that they're able to provide. They're also working with Photoville Festival, which they're looking for local photographers to do photography for the festival along 102nd and 114th to 114th Streets. So please let me know, let Friends of the East River Esplanade know if you have any suggestions there. Debbie Quinones, our very own, reports that there will be a National Poetry event in April and an Earth Day event on Earth Day, which is 4/24. And they're inviting everyone to Friends of the Art Park Alliance to send a love letter to Earth and raise awareness about climate change. We did have an update from the Central Park Conservancy on the Harlem Mere project. This was approved early in 2020, and they've been working through the technical development of the project, which has affected the boardwalk along the water's edge. So instead of just being a little loop in front of the pool, it's going to be along the edge, more spread out along the mere. It'll still have ice skating, and it'll be an event ice ribbon. So that'll be really exciting. We had two presentations, the first from NYC EDC on updating on the Metropolitan Hospital flood wall art design. So we had the artist Miguel Luciano present an update on the imagery and inspiration from the Young Lords in El Barrio, and they presented a bunch of historic precedency and some of their conceptual work. So that's moving forward, but taking images from the neighborhood's history and making it permanent in this project. They also updated us with New York City Parks on the Harlem River Greenway, 125th to 132nd Street, which there's a few items that the committee is pushing forward. One is the comfort station They said that they don't have enough money to provide a comfort station and would like to explore future funding options. Our very own Connie Lee asked about the funding that was designated for a comfort station in Crackers-Wax Park, which, you know, is part of the points of agreement. So we'll be following up about that. In addition, they talked about the feasibility of a ferry in East Harlem. They mentioned that it's due to structural costs, the length of the pier that would be necessary for the water depth, and the travel savings, that there would not be a means to include a ferry station. We challenged them on that and asked, you know, what would be achievable for them. So they're going to come back to us. I guess the time savings was only 7 minutes, and I'm not sure what is, they're going to come back to us with, you know, what is a considerable amount that they would be willing to invest in there. So we're going to keep following up on that. But the Harlem River Greenway will have recreation, including adult fitness, basketball courts, fishing area, lawn, amphitheater, barbecue, all sorts of things. So it is going to be incorporating a number of elements that are right of way for the Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority. So there's going to be a pedestrian ramp off the RFK Bridge, a bicycle path, and maintenance path, which will all become part of the program. But these are going to take up considerable amounts of space. So we're keeping an eye out on that and what that's going to look like. And then we talked about these two items on the screen here. The first is brought to us from in support with Ben Kalos's office. You know, addressing the discrepancies in equitable funding for sanitation across CD8 and CD11. So that's one item. And then the second item was reiterating our support for the naming of the park and the pathway for Richard Toussaint, which we're getting more and more information about the process for that in terms of whose jurisdiction the park is under in order for it to be named. So the pathway is able to be named immediately. The park may not be able to be named for until the park is transferred into park's jurisdiction, which would be after completion of the construction. So we're keeping on top of this and making sure that they know that we want both. And we're also working in tandem with the first item here. Russell Schuler has been a champion of the relocation of the sanitation garage, which is also part of the points of agreement. So we're following up on this letter with a second letter next month to address that specifically, as well as the environmental justice for all report for our neighborhood, which is an environmental justice zone. So any questions?
Nye?
Yes, I did have a quick question. There used to be a ferry that I used to use, as to coin Nilsa's term, in my other life as an event planner, to take clients from the Courtyard Marriott on 92nd to Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Is that ferry service still in existence? Do you know by any chance?
I personally don't know.
Okay, because it would be interesting, you know, to find out what the depth and what the construction is at that level, and what sort of partnerships or others we could be doing with that ferry service, if available, might be something to look forward to or look into for the future.
Yeah, and I agree that, you know, I think that there's still a pathway forward potentially for a ferry. We just need to figure out what the constraints are. And if there's, you know, I think we have support from across the water, and there's a lot of advocacy for the ferry. So we'll keep pushing on why.
And technically, that is the southern portion of our district, and it does overlap with, you know, Councilman Kalos's jurisdiction. So thank you.
Great. We'll follow up. Thanks so much, Nye.
Are there any other questions on the minutes for Environment, Open Space and Parks? I see no questions, so we're going to move on to their action items. So Environment, Open Space and Parks have two action items. The first one is that Debbie Quinones made a motion to pass the resolution regarding proposed New York Department of Sanitation budget allocations and equity across Manhattan community districts as written. The motion was seconded by Michelle Wilshire Clement and passed unanimously. Does anyone have a question on this motion that Jessica can answer? Okay, seeing none, I'm going.
Sorry.
Does somebody have a question? If they do, raise your hand so you can be recognized. Andrew Padilla? Andrew?
Yeah, sorry. I'm just having a little bit of trouble with my phone
Oh,
today.
no, that's okay. I didn't know if you heard me.
No problem.
Okay.
Thank you. So no, I just wanted to be clear about this resolution. My question, I guess, was: is there an off chance this could, in some way, come back at us? And in that, like, do we have a belief or understanding that our need is far greater than maybe other districts? I'm just curious. I support the measure. I'm just curious if people had thought of that in any way, but yeah.
Thank you, Andrew. Our need is, I wouldn't say far greater, but I think that, we've had conversations with CSNY and Ben Kalos's office about, it was one of the only sections of the budget that was itemized by districts. So it was easy for us to look at and determine that there was a large discrepancy. In conversations with CSNY, it was discussed that CD8 has a lot more residents than CD11, and that contributes to a higher amount of funding dedicated to their district. So we're just outlining in this resolution that the population is the population in conjunction with the funding is not proportionate, even accounting for the increase in population in CB8. Our budget is less than half with, sorry. The discrepancy for sanitation services was 6 million, which was more than double, and then the population difference is less than double, if that makes sense.
Andrew, do you have a follow-up question on that? Or do you need her to explain a little further?
No, I think I'm okay. Thank you, Jessica.
Okay. Are there any other questions in regard to that action item? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to move to number 7. Russell Schuler made a motion to reissue a letter in support for the renaming of Richard Toussaint Park and Richard Toussaint Way. The motion was seconded by Francis Mastroda and passed unanimously. Are there any questions on this item? Okay, seeing none. So I'm going to just say that Richard Toussaint is a very important person in our community who has fought for Parkland, who was part of Community Board 11. And this community board has taken a position against many administrations to ensure that our local heroes are recognized. And so this is a push to ensure that this community board reflects the fact that we are not going to forget or take the easy way out in terms of having a park or a way named after someone who works so diligently on behalf of Community Board 11. And so with that editorial, I'm going to move and ask, is there a motion to accept both committees' recommendations as stated?
Motion by Villanueva.
By Candy.
I'm sorry. one at a time.
Motion.
Motion by Steven Villanueva.
Okay.
Second by
and
Candy.
And second by Candy. Okay, we're
Can I ask
going
for
to
a point
do,
of clarification.
yes.
Thank you. Nilsa, is it appropriate to ask that the resolution be read aloud for the record at the full board before we vote on it?
We can. Do we have,
Very
Jessica,
long.
do you have the resolution with you?
I do.
Okay,
It's
so
3
I
pages,
will, so what I will say is this, please next time, before I ask for a motion on any item, if there is something the board wants to hear, please raise your hand and request it at that time if possible, so that we don't put a motion out that has already been seconded. So I would appreciate that. So Jessica, if you would read that resolution. We're talking about the Debbie Quinones resolution, right, Jessica? Not the, or do you want to hear also the letter for the support for Richard Toussaint?
I think it's important to hear the resolution regarding the proposed New York Department of Sanitation budget allocations and equity across Manhattan community districts.
Okay, right. But what I'm also asking is, do you also would like her to read afterward the letter for the Richard Toussaint Way and Park? Or is it just that you want to hear, you would like us to hear the first one?
If we're voting on something that is as specific as the number 6 is, I think it's important that we all hear it so that when we support it, we know what we've supported.
No, I understand that. Again, I'm asking, would you like to hear number 7 as well? I understand that you meant about the resolution. That is not what I'm asking. Jessica will be reading that to the whole board. I am asking, do you also would like to hear the letter in support of the renaming for Richard Toussaint Park and Way? Or is it just the resolution you would like to hear? I understand that you've reiterated about the importance of hearing the reso. I'm asking about the second action item. Do you also want to hear the letter? So that I can instruct Jessica to read that as well after she reads the reso.
I do not need to
Okay.
hear the
letter.
The letter, no, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Jessica, would you please read the resolution for the board?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nilsa. And I'm going to be abbreviating the numerical values, if that's okay. All right. Whereas the population of Manhattan Community District 8, CD8, is 215,400, and its dedicated funding for sanitation services for fiscal year 2022 is 10.9 million, whereas the population of Manhattan Community District 11 is 124,500 people, and it is dedicated funding for sanitation services for fiscal year 2022 is 4.9 million, whereas funding for waste collection services correlates to tonnage produced by each community district, whereas despite having a population difference of 90,900, less than double, the discrepancy in funding for sanitation services between CD8 and CD11 for fiscal year 2022 was $6,008,735. Whereas the community board's geographic expense budget does not differentiate between funding for household and commercial collection and funding for street cleaning or bin services, whereas the dedicated funding for sanitation services in CD8 for fiscal year 2021 was 10.9 million, whereas the dedicated funding for sanitation services in CD11 for fiscal year 2021 was 4.9 million, whereas the discrepancy in funding for sanitation services between CD8 and CD11 for fiscal year 2021 was $6,020,234, whereas CD8's sanitation services originate from locations in Manhattan Community District 12, and its district houses no sanitation garages, whereas Manhattan Community District 11 houses sanitation garages from 2 districts, CD10 and CD11, as well as the Manhattan Lot Cleaning Unit, amounting to an inequitable burden and density of situation of such uses in one district. Whereas 2017 East Harlem rezoning points of agreement included that the DSNY immediately begin planning for a permanent long-term facility to serve District 11 sanitation needs, which included the following goals. 1, explore options for permanent consolidated facility that could house multiple garages, including District 11, District 10, District 9, and or the Manhattan lot cleaning unit. 2, access suitable sites for the permanent facility that will serve residents for the next 100 years. Explore all city-owned sites and appropriate privately owned sites in Manhattan Community Boards 9, 10, and 11, as well as potential acquisitions for the entire Block 1792. Whereas Community Board 11 has been following up with DSNY on the progression of selection of new sites for the sanitation garage as stipulated in the 2017 East Harlem rezoning points of agreement, and have seen no progress on the selection of a successful site for the permanent facility. Whereas CB11's statement of district needs has continued to prioritize sanitation services due to the level of need and urgency in the district, supported by community-based input on district priorities. Whereas CB11 has systemic infrastructure inadequacies with sanitation service related issues compared to neighboring community districts, such as the buildup of trash on streets, the buildup of trash in vacant lots, the frequency of trash pickups, the quantities and locations of trash collection bins on the streets, etc. Whereas the continual buildup of trash throughout the neighborhood and inequitable distribution of sanitation related services have negative impacts on the overall neighborhood experience, sense of pride in the neighborhood, the economic development of local businesses, property values, and potential incoming investment in the district. Whereas the continual buildup of trash throughout the neighborhood and inequitable distribution of sanitation related services and the increased levels of pollution contributes to negative health outcomes for residents, leading to long-term chronic respiratory diseases like asthma, which have a higher prevalence in CB11 compared to neighboring community districts. Whereas CB11 requested in its fiscal year 2022 statement of district needs the building of a permanent state-of-the-art dual district sanitation garage to serve Manhattan Community Districts 10 and 11, and that the building should meet or exceed LEED Gold standards and be equipped with the most advanced indoor air filtration systems and zero emission sanitation trucks. And the request was denied for funding despite support from the agency due to the unpredictable availability of funds. Whereas CB11 requested in its fiscal year 2022 statement of district needs funding allocation towards the provision of more street cans and recycling containers, including the provision of big belly trash cans to reduce the occurrence of overflowing corner bins and garbage on the streets. And the request was denied for funding despite support from the agency due to the unpredictable availability of funds. Whereas CB11 requested in its fiscal year 2022 statement of district needs funding allocation towards the provision of more frequent litter basket collection, including on major corridors such as the East 125th Street, East 116th Street, and East 110th Street, due to bins overflowing and streets littered with garbage. And the request was denied for funding support, despite support from the agency due to unpredictable availability of funds. Whereas CB11 requested in its fiscal year 2022 statement of district needs funding allocation towards the increased cleaning of vacant lots due to the proliferation of vacant lots pending development that have become illegal dumping sites in result of the inadequate sanitation service at a neighborhood scale. And the request was denied for funding support, despite support from the agency due to the unpredictable availability of funds. And whereas residents in Manhattan Community District 11 deserve equitable provision of sanitation services and maintenance in order to keep up the level of sanitation across the neighborhood, there be it resolved that Manhattan Community Board 11 asks that there be further consideration towards the distribution of DSNY funds to provide equitable sanitation services across Manhattan districts and in the provision of funding towards the needs requested in the fiscal year 2022 statement of district needs.
Thank you, Jessica. You should just take a sip of water right now.
Thank you.
Thank you for reading it and reading it so clear. Thank you, Jessica Morris, for asking for that. I want to remind the board that especially with resolutions, when the board material is sent out or links are sent out to the board page, please familiarize everyone with the agenda so that you can maybe have the resolutions available in reading so that this way, when these things occur, when questions come up, you have them readily available with your notes, to make it easier for discussion purposes. Based on what was read by Jessica, are there any questions? I see Andrew Padilla has his hand up. Andrew?
Hello, thank you. So yeah, thank you for taking the time to read that. Probably need a breath and some water. Thank you. So I guess going to the part where it says, whereas funding for waste collection services correlates to tonnage produced by each community district. It says, whereas despite having a population difference of 90,900, less than double. I guess you mean that's like half of East Harlem. Is that what you're saying? And then and then the discrepancy in funding for services was that they got about 6 million, which is more than double what we received. Is that what that is saying?
Yeah.
So that's, sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, yeah, we're saying that the Community District 8 received more than double, despite having less than double population difference.
Right. Okay. Well, so then I guess my question is, since this is allocated apparently as that, when we said this is not equitable, they came back and were like, it correlates to tonnage. And so then our argument here is that tonnage is the wrong metric, or is our argument that it's the right metric, but we're so stressed because of what's around us? Or is it's still unfair, even if that is the metric, because it's inequitable? I guess I'm wondering, when we say it's inequitable, their response was tonnage. And so when we say at the end that we want this to be equitable, that's essentially the resolution, as the language says. We ask further consideration towards the distribution of DSNY funds to provide equitable sanitation services across Manhattan districts. I guess I'm just wondering, are we saying that this isn't equitable based on tonnage, based on these other factors, or are we saying that tonnage is the wrong metric? Do you understand my question?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Okay. That's because I feel like they could respond to this, just be like, yeah, it's equitable. We told you tonnage.
Right. They mentioned that the tonnage is based on the population. So I think in our outlining of the population differences and the variation in funding being different in an amount that is not variable by the difference in population. I think I guess it could be improved by saying, instead of funding for waste collection services correlates to tonnage produced by the population. It was from population. It wasn't by tonnage alone. The DSNY mentioned that the discrepancy is due to the differences in size of population between the two districts.
Okay, so is the difference, and I'm not trying to get super technical here, is the difference between is the tonnage in CB8 double, or do we not know what the tonnage is, or do they just base this off population? Do we know the tonnage amounts for both of those districts, or do they just say tonnage, but what they really mean is population? Because I look in Midtown, right, CB8, I'm like, well, that's not very high. I imagine they have less residential than us. I'm just guessing off the top with all the office spaces they have, but that could produce a lot of tonnage, and that wouldn't show up in a population. So I'm just wondering how they come up with their metric if we're saying their metric is inequitable, because I, voting on this, am not sure how they relay this information to you.
Right. In our conversations with DSNY, they equivocated the difference in funding specifically to the difference in population.
Andrew, do you have a follow-up based on the fact that Jessica mentioned that they seem to have stressed that the difference is due to population? Do you have a follow-up question regarding that?
And I personally don't know the tonnage differences between the districts. I forgot to answer that question, sorry.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I just, in the most general of senses, I definitely am all for this resolution. I just, in terms of specificity, if we're asking them to be more equitable, I feel like their response was already that it's based on tonnage. So I just wanted more clarification on how they make that calculation. That's all. But I mean, obviously in general strokes, I mean, we've all seen it. You know, this is definitely an important issue to our community. I was just wondering in terms of specificity, what we were directing them to do apart from be more equitable, because I feel like they already can say we're doing that and it's on tonnage, and that's a conversation that we've had. That said, I think pushing them on this is super important.
Right, and I think that's a measure, the resolution could be improved by deleting the whereas funding for waste collection services correlates to tonnage produced by each community district, whereas. Potentially. But we did, yeah, we've had ongoing conversations with CSNY. And, you know, I think that there was conversations as to what trash isn't being picked up in our district. And you know, I don't think that the tonnage amount, you know, would be necessarily as accurate for our needs in the district.
Yeah, I'm saying like, I don't know if the resolution makes more or less sense with that in it, because I haven't gone into this issue as detailed as y'all have with the DSNY. So but those are just my concerns and thoughts. But generally speaking, I really approve of us pushing for more funding in this area.
Thank you. David, I had seen your hand up, but it's down now. Do you still want to ask a question?
No, I just think Andrew raised some real concerns and issues. And I'm wondering just, you know, we have NYCHA, a lot of facilities, and they do their own pickup in the city. So again, why is, you know, we don't have our needs met when we have other, I don't know. So I think Andrew raised a good point.
Okay. Are there any other questions on the resolution?
You know, Nels, I would just also add, you know, CB8, their garbage goes up, their trucks go to the Bronx. So, you know, it's again, not even within the borough that's a problem. It's extended to the other boroughs with this particular community. And I'm not even sure where in the Bronx they house, but I'm sure it's not in an affluent neighborhood.
Thank you, David. Jessica, are we moving forward with the resolution as written? I have put the original resolution to a vote, or are you making any modifications?
Thank you, Nelsa. I think we should delete the whereas funding for waste, the third whereas, and then everything else can remain as is.
Does anybody have any questions on that? Can you then direct people to what is being struck? And then, okay.
So from the first whereas, the population of Manhattan CB8 is 215,000 and is dedicated for sanitation services for 10.9 million, whereas the population of Manhattan Community District 11 is 124,500 and is dedicated for funding for sanitation services for fiscal year 2022, 4.9 million. We would delete whereas funding for waste collection services correlates to tonnage produced by each community district, and continue to whereas despite having a population difference of 90,900, less than double the discrepancy in funding for sanitation services between CD8 and CD11 for fiscal year 2022 was 6,8,735,035, more than double. Sorry.
Jessica, I've had a board member, Nye, ask if you can share
Yeah.
your screen with the reso so that the board members can see it for those that don't have it in front of them.
Angel, could you unshare your screen? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Jessica.
No problem. So this third whereas is the one we're deleting. And everything else will remain the same.
Well done, Jessica. Well done.
It's great work by the committee. And Carly helped, of course. Are there any further questions?
I think I just saw a hand. Where did it go?
That was Nye, and she lowered it.
Actually, I was raising it to make a motion to approve the resolution with the suggested changes, but I don't know if we're too early for that.
I just want to give another minute or two for the board to review. Okay.
So I have
Okay.
a question.
Yes, Candy?
So at a point of clarification, so we're going to now vote on the resolution separate from Toussaint's motion?
We're gonna have to because there was a change in
Okay.
the motion, so I'm going to have to call two votes. I think that would be legitimate because
Yeah.
the first one had to change, right? And so, you know, that was a long resolution. So I hate to say that we are going to have Jessica read it with the deletion, but I'm not going to do that. I want to hear if Jessica reads the before paragraph and after the paragraph again, that I'm going to put a motion. I'm going to ask for a motion from the board to vote on the resolution with the deletion. So Jessica, if you could read the piece again before it and after, direct us to where it is. And then I will take a vote on a motion of the reso with the deletion just done.
Great. Thank you, Nilsa. So beginning with the second whereas the population of Manhattan Community District 11 is 124,500 and its dedicated funding for sanitation services for fiscal year 2022 is $4,969,049. Whereas despite having a population difference of 90,900, less than double, the discrepancy in funding for sanitation services between CB8 and CB11 for fiscal year 2022 was $6,008,735, more than double.
Okay, thank you so much. And so now the board heard the original resolution and heard the resolution now with the deleted passage. Well, you didn't hear the deleted passage. That's the point. Is there a motion in regards to this resolution with the deletion?
Madam Chair, may I re-up my original motion? Sorry.
I'm sorry, who is that?
I was just asking, it was Nye, if I could re-up my original motion.
Yes, now you're gonna make the motion, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution with the deletion of the third whereas paragraph and move it forward.
Okay,
Second.
is there a second by John Green?
Yes.
Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. Angel? And the reason we're doing this separate is because we had a change. And so it is different than the original committee recommendation.
Stephanie Arroyo,
Aye, yes to the resolution with the recommended changes.
thank you. Yolanda Brown,
What we have here is the turf war.
Yolanda Brown,
Right here in Kehoe.
Eva Chan,
So what are we gonna do about it?
Yes. Yes for Yolanda Brown. Sorry about that.
thank you, Rev, thank you. Carlos Diaz,
Yes.
Angela Donadell,
Yes.
Jessica Elliott,
Yes.
Elsie Encarnacion,
Yes.
Judith Febraro,
yes,
Raja Flores,
Yes.
Ostendi Garcia,
Yes.
David Giordano,
Yes.
Joe Goldblum, Joe Goldblum, John Green,
Aye.
Robert Harvey,
Yes.
Jada Heredia,
Yes.
Ivy Hume,
Yes.
Marissa Mack,
Yes.
Giselle Malave, Giselle, Pat Martin,
Yes.
Francis
I'm sorry,
Mastroda.
this is Giselle. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Giselle, and thank you, Francis. Excuse me.
Yes for
Jennifer
me.
Meyer. Wait, we heard you, Francis. Thank you, dear. Francis, Jennifer Meyer,
Yes.
Jessica Morris,
Yes.
Nelson Rama,
Yes.
Andrew Padilla,
Yes.
Arturo Perez,
Yes.
Don Sanders,
Yes.
Xavier Santiago,
Yes.
Jeremiah Schlotman. Jeremiah, thanks. Isaac Scott,
Yes.
Russell Schuler,
Yes.
thank you. Kenny Torres,
Yes.
Steven Villanueva,
Yes.
Andy Vasquez,
Yes.
Nye Whitaker,
Yes.
Michelle Wiltshire Clement,
Yes.
Jason Wu.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much. I do understand that these roll calls are arduous, but because these are virtual meetings, we must go on the record so that there's no misunderstanding of what the board meant. With the second item, Russell Schuler made a motion to reissue a letter in support for the naming of Richard Toussaint Park and Richard Toussaint Way. The motion was seconded by Francis Mastroda and passed unanimously. Are there any questions regarding this for the chair? I see no questions. So with that, is there a motion to accept the committee's
Motion by
recommendation?
Villanueva.
Right, Candy
Is that
second.
Stephen? All right, so Candy and Stephen, the first team from the first group. I got you now. Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. All right. So can we do another roll call vote, Angel?
Certainly. Stephanie Arroyo,
Yes.
Yolanda Brown,
Yes.
Eva Chan,
Yes.
Carlos Diaz,
Yes.
Angela Donadell,
Yes.
Jessica Elliott,
Yes.
Elsie Encarnacion,
Yes.
Judith Febraro,
long overdue, yes.
Raja Flores,
Yes.
Sandy Garcia,
Yes.
David Giordano,
Yes.
Joe Goldblum, John Green,
Aye.
Robert Harvey,
Yes.
Jada Heredia,
Yes.
Ivy Hume,
Yes.
Marissa Mack,
Yes.
Giselle Malave,
Yes.
Patricia Martin,
Yes.
Francis Mastroda,
Yes.
Jennifer Meyer,
Yes.
Jessica Morris,
Yes.
Oso Arama,
Yes.
Andrew Padilla,
Yes.
Arturo Perez,
Yes.
The
Don
kids that we
Sanders.
work with and like them be, and it's true, right? A lot of the kids that we work with
Please
are in
mute.
crisis.
Um,
So sometimes it's not
hello,
about.
can, whoever is, please mute your phone. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Xavier Santiago,
Yes.
Jeremiah Schlotman.
Yes.
Oh, Angel,
Scott?
did you skip me?
I did. I don't think I skipped you. I thought I heard you say yes. Don Sanders, for the record.
Oh, yes, please.
Okay, thanks. All right. Jeremiah, Isaac Scott,
Yeah.
Russell Schuler,
Yes.
Vinnie Torres,
Yes.
Andy Vasquez,
Yes.
Nye Whitaker,
Yes.
Michelle Wiltshire Clement,
Yes.
and Jason Wu.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. Angel, I just want to bring to your attention, I'm not sure if you know, Joseph Goldblum is under the attendees and he's on the phone. So it's possible that he may not be able to respond, but he is listed under the attendees. He's the last attendee.
Right. So if members are on the phone, they should unmute so we can hear them verbally.
Okay, but just so that you're aware.
Yeah, I'm aware that he's present. Yes. Thank you,
Okay,
Madam Chair.
great. All right. And so thank you so much with that report, Jessica, and that recitation of the resolution. Thank you, Jessica Morris, for having us read it so that we were all on the same page and clear. And we got some good feedback, which allowed it to be slightly revised. So I thank all of our board members who had that discussion and were engaged. Thank you so much. With that, I'm moving to Human Services, Chairwoman Nye Whitaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Sorry, I switched from the phone to the computer, so I wanted to make sure everything was okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your patience as I had some unexpected wisdom tooth surgery. So if I have a little bit of a list, please forgive me and feel free to ask me to repeat anything that may be unclear. Just a few updates from our committee meeting. Most importantly, we still continue to have a standing presentation each month from the New York City Test and Trace, the East Harlem Health Action Center, and the Vaccine Equity Team regarding the impact of the COVID virus on our community and opportunities for access to the vaccination. I know that as was originally mentioned, we are still fighting for equity, and I want to make sure that our neighbors are kept up to speed and how they can gain access. Two important notes. I know that Angel circulated to the entire committee that Mount Sinai Hospital does have available vaccinations and is looking for our community board to identify members of our community who are seeking vaccinations and have otherwise had a challenge accessing it. Please feel free to email Angel, Marlene, or Carly, and any of the office staff to make sure if you have a name of a senior, someone who may be homebound or shut in, or anyone as of today over the age of 50. So if you're one of those people who do not like to share your age in public, now is the time to elevate your birthday and please get vaccinated. I've had my first one and on Sunday we'll be having my second, and I encourage us all to do so. Secondly, I just wanted to also share that Gail Brewer's office, the Manhattan Borough President, has a survey, which I will drop a link into the chat when I'm finished with my presentation, collecting information on those who may be homebound or physically challenged who would need the vaccine brought to them so that she can communicate with the city and the state with their vaccination corps that they are putting together, which is going to be bringing vaccines to those who are otherwise unable to physically commute to the vaccination center so that we can make sure that they are vaccinated and stay safe. We also questioned the announcement originally that there would be a vaccination center at La Marqueta, and are still waiting additional information on that. I know that Councilmember Diana Ayala, Assemblymember Robert Rodriguez, and our Senator Brian Benjamin and Senator Serrano are also working and pressuring both at the state and city level to make sure that we are made a priority and that space open since it was publicly stated. Just a few other updates that were made. Robin Strauschen talked about a homebound senior vaccination protocol that her organization is working on. I will drop a reservation line number into the chat. Her group is helping to electronically make reservations for those who may otherwise not have Wi-Fi access and who have maybe spent time waiting on the phone in order to try to obtain a vaccination appointment. They are trying to expedite that process for seniors. We also had a presentation from Northside Center, which is providing services to residents who may be dealing with mental health issues associated with the COVID pandemic by providing free crisis counseling. And they're servicing those in West and East Harlem. We also had a presentation by DFTA, which was great. DFTA's Jenny Ventura, who's the Senior Director for the Borough of Direct Services. And she was there in place of Verna Arthur, who's the Government Affairs Officer who was unable to attend. And they talked about who is receiving services. We talked about internet access for those in our communities. And we talked about the effects of isolation on those who may be homebound during this crisis. There's some follow-up that we asked about them regarding NYCHA and other actions on services that they will be sharing with our office. We also had a presentation from Karen Ford, who's the Chief Operating Officer at Help USA, Tom Hamelin, who's the President and CEO, and Stephen Mott, who's the Chief of Staff. They talked about the 34-year history of the nonprofit organization, which is currently servicing 25,000 clients. For those of you who may not know, they are located on Wards Island and operate 4 single adult homeless shelters. And so we wanted to better understand the services that they provide. And we also had a long and lengthy and passionate conversation about the M35 bus, of which they stated that they would be interested in working with us to figure out how we can either redirect and or better secure the area around the M35 bus. And so we will keep you posted as those conversations evolve. Last but not least, we discussed the resolution. Excuse me, I'm reading notes from my phone. I apologize, it's so noisy. We discussed the resolution. And so many of you may remember there was a previous resolution that was very much all encompassing for the issues related to the East 125th Street corridor and addressed both homeless as well as issues related to those receiving treatment from the drug facilities there. We were advised by leadership to really focus on what was most important at this moment, which is as the budget is being set and reallocated at the city and the state level, was identifying the fact that we actually needed to request a pause or a halt. And so we revised our resolution at the Health and Human Services Committee to focus on requesting a 12-month, so equivalent of 1 year, pause on any new, and again, I'm going to stress the word new, which is in the resolution, and we can share it on the screen once I'm finished with reading these minutes and notes, to put forth a resolution asking for a pause in any new sightings for a period of 1 year. And noting the fact that we currently have a 4% usage rate, but have a 4 times, which is a 15% in terms of sightings in our current district, and that 82% of the individuals receiving services here are from outside of the district, and that is based on data received from OASIS vis-a-vis FOIA. So the team, our committee went through to clarify that again, this was a call for a pause in any new sightings of any drug rehabilitation, maintenance, and facilitation centers across CB11. And for the purpose of this, Madam Chair and Angel, should we, just in advance of what just happened in the previous committee's report, should we pull up the resolution for the board to see?
Yes, I would recommend that you pull up the resolution for the board to see. I would read the resolution, and then we will open it up for questions before we proceed. This way, I think this is a topic that is was discussed at the executive committee, and questions came up that I'm sure will come up tonight. And so the more, thank you for explaining that it was a pause for 12 months of new siting of programs within Community Board 11. And please, again, stress the fact that your committee has been working very diligently on trying to engage the providers within the community so that you can come up with some type of I'll use the word quasi assessment. I don't like to use the word assessment because I got into a sort of discussion with an OASIS staffer because I use the word assessment. Obviously, their assessment of their providers is very different than an assessment which we would do, which would be more asking of information so that we understand. And of course, we would not ask for anything sensitive.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's a survey. We'd like to survey what current services exist. Of the services that exist, what are the treatment modalities that they are delivering? What are the outcomes that they're held to? And what portion of our community they are serving. One of the things, and I've said this before at other meetings that we've had, both of the committee and the executive committee and of the board, is that we totally recognize that there is a need for this service. We also want to demystify, perceptions around stepping up and acknowledging that you need assistance, and for our community to provide quality services to the members of our community who need it. We also recognize that post-pandemic, there may be an increased need for services, but as we have seen, and this just came up with Parks and Recreation and Open Spaces in the sanitation issue, in now what just happened on the Upper West Side with the Lucerne in terms of homeless shelter and temporary shelter placements. There are certain communities who have been, housing the city's burden, and that there should just be a fair and equitable placement. And I think that's all that our committee is asking for and moving towards. Thank you, Angel, for sharing the screen. I work from a tablet, so it's really small, so I'm going to read from my phone if you guys will indulge me momentarily. So whereas Community Board 11 here in after CB11M, whose primary mission is to advise elected officials and government agencies, and its Human Services Committee, which is tasked with addressing matters impacting the health, quality of life, and welfare of the district encompassing East Harlem, Randall's Island, and Ward's Island, and is experiencing a global pandemic, which has disproportionately resulted in the tragic loss of Black and Brown residents of our community and in every corner of our city, state, and country. Whereas the siting of drug rehabilitation, chemical dependency, or treatment centers across our district is often done with little or no notice to our community. And whereas there is an oversaturation of substance abuse and addiction services located in Manhattan Community District 11, as reflected in public records, which show our community hosts 15.4% of the service capacity for New York City, but only has 4.1% of the need for these services. Angel, could you scroll? And whereas 82% of those currently receiving services within Community District 11 reside outside the district, and whereas CB11M recognizes that the COVID-19 public health crisis is not only amplifying, but also exacerbating pre-existing racial and economic inequities, disproportionately affecting lower income communities of color in terms of infection rates, death rates, and financial hardship, for which the consequences of the COVID-19 public health crisis include high levels of unemployment, unseen since the Great Depression, which leads to increased housing instability and may elevate chemical dependency for those with the previous history. Whereas the 1989 City Charter, Section 203, required that the New York City Planning Commission to adopt criteria to further the fair distribution of the burdens and benefits associated with city facilities, consistent with the community needs for services and efficient and cost-effective delivery of services, and with due regard for the social and economic impacts of such facilities upon the areas surrounding the sites. And, please scroll. Whereas CB11M maintains that it is time for a fair share model to be made a priority for our city and state agencies, as well as those elected to represent in government, therefore be it resolved. The Community Board 11 calls upon the New York State Office of Addiction Services and Supports, OAS, to, number 1, implement an immediate moratorium on the citing of any new and capital letters, new drug rehabilitation, chemical dependency or treatment centers to be located within Manhattan Community District 11 for the next 12 months. Number 2, provide a comprehensive list of all current OASIS authorized drug rehabilitation, chemical dependency or treatment centers located within Manhattan Community District 11 and provide, where possible, primary contacts of providers, names of owners, landlords, authorizers, funders, donors, subsidiaries, investors, providers, partners, service delivery methods, outcomes, and metrics for determination of success, funding sources, medical or other professional certifications and proof of standing, capacity and current demographics of clients served, and any necessary and pertinent information related to the execution of Community Board 11's charter mandated role and responsibilities. Could you please scroll, Angel? And number 3, require all OASIS authorized providers to come before CB11M no later than 120 days prior to all reauthorization and or expansion of services or service capacity. Again, I just want to reiterate, we want to elevate and support these service providers in our community, particularly the longstanding ones who have been an anchor to our community and continue to provide services in good standing. We also want to identify some of the smaller storefront locations and invite them to come before our committee and update us about their services, what they're seeing, what challenges that they may face, so that we can open up a dialogue. And number 3, we think it's important for us to put a pause on any new sightings until we have a chance to survey what currently exists and to make sure that what exists is properly serving our community, and to bring awareness to the fact that there are other communities across our city that have no sightings or placements at all, which leads to people traveling from as far away as Staten Island. And this is a quote from a specific service provider from Staten Island via Accessoride into our community. And we would just like to recommend that we ask for our elected officials and for OASIS to rethink their siting plans for any new facilities.
Thank you, Nine. I just have a quick question because this came up at executive, not the way I'm going to say it, just the idea of it. In your survey, is there, in the answers that are given to us, is there an avenue to determine if there are services that are desirable that the provider would want to give, but are not allowed? So for instance, if we see that within our community, we have youth that have a lot of substance abuse problems within our community, but that's not a service that is readily offered from the existing providers that are cited here. Is there something within your survey that will allow the providers to talk about desirable services that they would like to see that might successfully work with an existing program? So if they don't offer mental health, they may want to offer a mental health or youth substance abuse, things like that, so that you have a more complete picture.
Yes, Madam Chair. So every organization that comes in front of us, we ask them to give us a report, almost like an annual report of what they're currently doing. So what are they currently providing? What is their base of customers? What is their staffing? What is their funding? And then we have a dialogue with them about what's working and what's not. So for example, we found out in an interview with one of the service providers, or excuse me, in one of our presentations and discussions, that many of the service providers that transferred over to telehealth were not being equitably reimbursed for telehealth services the same way that they were for in-person services because the thought was that, you know, it doesn't take as much staff to do that. But what they didn't think about, the fact was, in underserved communities like ours, where 50% of the residents don't have access to Wi-Fi, it actually was a greater burden to provide telehealth services, because they had to teach the patients their, you know, that they were seeing, A, how to set up an email account so that they get information, B, how to get on Zoom, C, many of them might not have had a computer or tablet. Some had then to seek funding through grants and others to be able to get tablets and services. Robin from our committee talked about, you know, having to be able to do that. And also DIFTA talked about their program in NYCHA that's available to get services. So actually, it was actually a greater burden to shift their services from in-person to telehealth. And it was identified that they're not getting equitably reimbursed. And that is something that our committee would like to work with them on elevating. And we've spoken to both our senator and our assemblyman and our council member about making sure that as they look at the budget, as they're talking about, you know, health and human services funding for our community, that we're fighting to make sure our service providers get that equity of reimbursement and don't end up in a financial debt as they provide the service, you know, during COVID. We have also been talking about elevating, and this actually came out of our budget district and needs process. We identified, because many of the items that we asked for, which have been longstanding items, we were being told, and DIFTA is just an example, there wasn't funding for some of these expansion, and one of which was on our list was mental health and wellness services for our youth coming out of this COVID pandemic, and drug and or homeless services for our youth coming out of this COVID pandemic. And so our committee is also doing outreach, and we'll be inviting service providers that provide that service already in our community and or adjacent. So looking at CB10, 9, 8, 11, 12, again, just to have an understanding of what currently exists as part of our survey, where we can collaborate and have partnerships, where we can do a better job of promoting the services that exist. And then again, as you said, identifying where there might be a need for a service so that we can then have that conversation. And again, does that mean it needs to be something new? Or is there capacity within one of the current service providers to do that? For example, one of our hospital partners, we have both Metropolitan, we have Mount Sinai, we have Harlem Hospital, you know, to the north of us. Are there providers in the community that have the capacity and or have a service that we may not be aware of that we could then elevate and amplify?
Thank you so much, Nye, for that comprehensive answer, because there's always a concern that we're leaving things out, not that we're analyzing sometimes what's in. So I want to congratulate you and the committee for your thoughtfulness and the hard work that the whole committee has put in. And so with that, I'm going to look to see, I think we had some questions. So I'm going to start first with Elsie Encarnacion.
I think David's hand was up before mine.
Oh, was it? Okay. David?
I defer to Elsie first.
Okay, Mutual Admiration Society.
I love the board.
Because your last name starts with the letter E, that's before G, so go ahead.
Got it. Okay. So my question is, so in regards to our current relationship with Oasis, I'm trying to figure out like how responsive have they been? Have they been a part of these conversations? Because I know with putting forth a resolution, kind of calling for a moratorium, I'm just trying to find out exactly what is the binding power there, like what, you understand what I'm trying to ask.
Yeah, no, I understand. And I thank you for that question. And again, we always want to be building bridges, right? Not walls. And so we definitely want to make sure that when we do this, we're doing this in a way that leaves the door open for conversation and for future collaboration and partnership. So Xavier, our vice chair, who also sits in our committee, has been leading our conversation and our relationship with Oasis, who has also been present for our 125th Street Task Force conversation. So Xavier, if you don't mind, can I call upon you to give an update and answer Elsie's question?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Elsie, and thank you for everything and the committee. Almost a year ago is when we started reaching out to Oasis in a more, I don't want to use the term aggressive, but more a robust engagement. And over the course of time, it was escalated to our electeds because we were not getting the response we desired. And now that we fast forward, where we've also gotten our electeds engaged, such as our assembly member, our council member, everyone's sitting at the table now. Oasis is with us and they are listening. They do take very seriously our position on this, and they understand we need to do our due diligence. During the last meeting where Nilsa and I were both on, we delicately hammered down on wanting to get all the information from providers, letting them know that, hey, if one of them is recalcitrant or unwilling to engage, what will you be willing to do? And they said they would follow up with them and make sure that they are engaging with the community board. So to answer your question is what kind of weight it would have, I think now more than ever, it would have more weight than where we have been in the past, because they're actually engaged with us, whereas previously they were not. And again, we're doing it in a way that is not alienating, but ingratiating their engagement, which had started years ago and then fell by the wayside. And now we're at a point where I could literally make a phone call and get Zoraida Diaz on the phone if I had a specific question, whereas before it would be, please send me an email. I can't respond to your phone call. So that's progress forward for us as a community board and for the committee. But again, Rome wasn't built in a day. So but I hope that answers your question, Elsie. So
It's the part, and then I know that there was just a follow up real quick. I'm sorry, David, but it says you had mentioned it for being for 1 year. Is it?
Yeah, so part of the discussion, and actually, if you don't mind, Elsie, I just want to add one more thing to what Xavier said, which is also one of the reasons for the timing of this is Oasis is going to be merging with another state agency. And so we wanted to get this, on paper and in front of our full board and voted on if possible, so that before this merger takes place, we have an opportunity to at least express our position regarding this, because what we don't want is for there to be a merger and then a significant change in expansion, in services in our community without us being able to have a chance to weigh in, because we're often reactive instead of proactive because of just the fact of the notifications. For example, if a service is going into a space of a private commercial space, they don't technically have to come in front of us. They're invited to, but they don't have to. And so being able to say during this merger period, that we're asking for all Oasis authorized providers to come in front of us no later than 120 days prior to any reauthorization or expansion is really important. And also just wanted to note that CB10 has a similar resolution that they passed last year. And so, to your second part of your question, I know that this resolution weighs heavy on all of the members of our community. And I do know, thanks to Xavier's work and the work of our staff and others, that we've actually built a much better Oasis relationship than we've had in the past. So one of the things that we wanted to be sensitive about was, as we do this survey, it's going to take time. There's a lot of organizations and we only meet once a month. It's not like we're meeting once a week. So I believe it was Osendi Garcia who actually made, in my notes here for the minutes, the recommendation to put a time frame to it. To give us as a board an opportunity to do the outreach, have these organizations come and present in front of us, and to do, as I said, this kind of survey, but also to allow us to identify, as I said to Nilsa, where there might be opportunities for us to either bring or reconfigure services as is needed to support those in our community who rely on these services and to help them on their journey.
I just would like to add something that our chairwoman, Nye Whitaker, has mentioned, and our vice chair, Xavier. The last call that I was on with Xavier, I engaged with the Oasis staffer. And I will tell you that one of the things that I think is utmost important, and this committee and Xavier's advocacy and our advocacy is working, we cannot be a check in a box. We cannot be the community board where people say they came in front of us, said something, and they get a check mark for their application for approval. It is vitally important that this community board engage and have an active conversation and voice at the table. And I will tell you that I'm very excited that this, within the last year or so, we've seen a change in Oasis dealings with us. And I will tell you that providers that have had to come in front of the community board have been told by Oasis that they need to get our approval, that it's not just coming in front of us, because I think they're hearing the conversations that we're having. I think that we are a loving community. I think we have a lot of services, and we are not an excluding community. But we are a community that is made up by different individuals, and everyone is different. We have all nationalities and all needs. And so it's important that when we look at something and we take positions, that we do it in the best way possible and in the most holistic way. And again, I thank the committee for their work and their thoughtfulness, and the restructuring of this resolution in such a way with a timetable so that this board can consider it. David?
So I guess I just, while I have a lot of thoughts, I'll just stick to over here. We talk about in number 3, require Oasis authorize all Oasis providers. So why do we distinguish drug rehabs in the first 2 bullets and not in the 3rd bullet? Because again, as I mentioned before, I'm an Oasis provider, right? I provide prevention services, not drug rehab services. So am I going to be asked to come in? I mean,
no, David. And again, I'm happy to make an amendment. And so, excuse the interruption. I apologize, but yeah. I was just staying within the frame. So we start with the header, which says this is what it's for. We start with the opening, what it's for. And so I'm happy to revise number 3.
When you have number here 1 and you say—
I understand. No. I got you, David. I was just saying, I'm happy to revise number 3, but the way we wrote it was that this document was only referring to one thing. And so we're happy to make an amendment to number 3 to reiterate the same way we did in number 1 and number 2. Happy to do that. Just before you went too far.
And I would just say that, Eva sent out some statistics. And sometimes, data can be a funny thing the way we use data, or when we exclude the use of data. So, again, I think there's still about 40-something%, 50-something% of Manhattan residents that are using the services here. So I think we have to be very clear on how we separate who uses and who doesn't. And where are these things? Like, again, if there are no other programs in other places, then yes, this is where people use them, right? And again, the places that refer clients, they're referring clients to places they have relationships with people that they can get a number in. So it's not always so reflective. And so I would be cautious that we exclude data that we have that maybe doesn't speak to the points that we're making. That's my comment.
So David, can I just, because I know this used to be your committee, and I always welcome your wisdom.
It's not been my committee for over 6 years.
No, but I welcome your wisdom. I welcome your wisdom. Just let me finish. And so I wanted to just ask you, for amending, making an amendment to number 3 to be more specific, but number 2, if this is only referring to new, and I don't consider, your children's aid and the programs that you have new. So
no, but this is the thing. I got a new night Oasis program just a year ago in this site. So yes, that's an expansion of children's aid services into East Harlem where they weren't previously.
Yeah, but I'm saying, so if we make an amendment, and just let me finish the thought here, to number 3, that says it requires all, drug rehabilitation, chemical dependency, and treatment centers that are Oasis authorized providers to come before us no later than 120 days prior to reauthorization and or expansion of services. Would you be comfortable with that?
As long as it's indicative of the language we use.
New drug rehabilitation, chemical dependency, or treatment centers is what I'm recommending that we add to item number 3.
I am fine with that now.
Thank you.
Sure, sorry.
And just for clarity's sake, this resolution, if voted on tonight and approved or disapproved from the board, will be from the date that it has been approved. So it would be in effect from the time the board adopts it. So therefore, any programs that have existing OASIS programs or have been given an expansion, such as you mentioned, David, that you've had it a year ago, congratulations, because anytime there's an expansion, there may be proof that it is needed, especially through an organization such as Children's Aid. But I just want to be clear that if this is voted on tonight and it is passed tonight, then it will be reflective as of tonight's vote, which would be that any new programs past this date that may be thought of may be the ones affected by this for a year's time, or at least the position of the board for the year's time.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay,
And again, I just want to reiterate, we want to make sure we preserve our good partners. As you know, my son went to Children's Aid for 10 years and Casper's my cousin. You guys have a special place in my heart. So I would not want any of the language that we insert in here to any way negatively impact any of our good service providers. We just want to have a way to assess what exists, what's working well, what we can do better, and then move forward from there.
Thank you. David, do you still have your hand up?
That was from the beginning. I never took it down. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Marissa?
Yes, hi, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you, Nye, for presenting on this item. I have a quick question. I know you mentioned that OASIS is merging. The language that we have here, if taken and if voted on this evening, how does that play a role in terms of a merger? And then if we're going forward in terms of ensuring that this is all inclusive for the merger and what is coming up as we move forward.
Thank you for that question. I'm going to give the first answer and then invite Xavier, but same way that I was recommending an amendment based on his feedback, Marissa. I think that we would be happy to entertain an amendment if we needed to include wording, for example, that say resolve that Community Board 11 calls upon the New York Department of, the New York State Office of Addiction Services and Support, OASIS, and its partners and subsidiaries, or some other language that would allow for that all-inclusiveness for whatever may come next. But I also want to defer to Xavier on any other language suggestions or parameters. He's an excellent wordsmith and also knows what's coming up next with that partnership. So Xavier, if you don't mind lending your voice to this as well.
Yeah, could you one more time restate it for me?
So my question was, Xavier, the moratorium that we have here on the wording that's in the presentation, is this inclusive of any mergers that come into play? And if not, I suggest that we amend it so that it is something that we are not just discussing today and then we're discussing in a few months, because now that no longer pertains to OASIS. It's not OASIS specifically. And yes, I do feel that this can get that granular, to that point. But so just wanting to ensure that there is inclusion for any upcoming mergers and or partnerships that will take place where this may not be under OASIS, quote unquote, per se.
So to answer your question, we could easily add an additional line. And again, without going too deep into the weeds, but I do agree that sometimes that they could say, well, OASIS does not exist anymore. That argument can be made. However, any documents pertaining to its governing jurisdiction, they would still be beholden, even if there is a merger and a restructuring in their organizational chart within the city agency. So you could say calls upon, the OASIS, and we could put an asterisk, real simple, put an asterisk, and then down at the bottom, put at the bottom as a reference and to say, or any superseding or any governing body, surviving governing body, or through by way of merger or acquisition. I think it's a little bit too in the weeds, but
Or any other regulatory agency with oversight over these types
Yeah,
of programs.
Yeah, yeah, something to
would
that
be
nature, but
perfect.
just ensuring that this is not for naught and that we are having this discussion that, this will, if we pass, if this passes, that this was not a discussion that we had for no reason.
Yes, and I'm thank you, Nelsa. Yeah, so that's those back tonight. So if those are the two recommendations that we have,
Xavier, just to clarify, would you say, so resolve that Community Board 11 calls upon the New York State Office of Addiction Services and Supports, in parentheses, OASIS, should we say an OMH in the Office of Mental Health? It's
I think the way,
or would you not just list them?
I think the way Nilsa just stated it,
Okay.
it was just fine. That's general enough that in case they get pulled back in and then restructured within the entire overseeing agency, that's fine. You'll have to excuse me, I'm a little bit tired, but yeah, and then that third number three.
And number three.
For
Perfect. Thank you, guys. Thank you for entertaining that. Thank you.
Yep.
Great point. Thank you, Marissa.
Thank you. Jason Wu.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a general comment, and then I had a question. So in terms of the comment, I think there are different ways to conceptualize the issues and challenges and what the best solutions and strategies are. I know this particular issue of fair share has been raised at Community Board 11 for many years. The way I look at this is that the challenges of homelessness, addiction, mental health, and the concentration of poverty, it is an issue and challenge for our district. The question then becomes, how do we respond? These are systemic issues and need to be addressed citywide, statewide, and we have to address the root causes and not just the symptoms. For me, I would really like to see more of a focus on funding and investment in our communities, more investment in affordable and supportive housing, social services, healthcare, and economic opportunities. While I understand the impulse is to say these treatment centers should be located throughout the city and so forth, I think we have to be very careful to not dehumanize the people who are directly impacted. Some of the rhetoric sets up a dichotomy of us versus them that we don't want them here, and how those people are the problem and disposable, as opposed to people in our communities broadly defined, not just East Harlem or District 11, who need support. This type of framing makes me uncomfortable. And I've also seen how it comes out at our community board meetings. I'm not saying the board itself, but even with the general public. I would be more comfortable with making an argument that we need more funds and investment in our communities than to say we have to relocate and exclude people who have been deemed undesirable. We should fight for them, not against them. So that is my general comment. The other point that I wanted to say is more of a question. I know that there's a lot of, and I get what I'm saying is probably a very unpopular opinion, but I feel like I need to provide that perspective. We are a diverse board, and I think we should be able to have an open discussion and also include diverse perspectives on this issue. In terms of my question, I'm wondering, the way in which we've talked about these treatment centers is oftentimes in purely a negative exclusionary way, that we don't want these centers here, and how we view it as an economic, blight on the neighborhood. And I think another one, and I'm just thinking out loud here is, have we considered what are the positive economic impact of these centers in our community in terms of jobs, right? These treatment centers, they do provide jobs in the community. And I'm wondering, has there been any consideration about that aspect of it, right? And for, if it was a hospital that was being placed into our community, I don't think that there would be the same kind of criticism, right? And I think for me, I think it's really important when we're taking a public health perspective, that we are able to also understand that these drug rehabilitation centers and treatment centers, they are also part of a public health solution to the crisis that's happening in our community and in our country. And so yeah, it's a question that I have regarding jobs in the community and in relation to these treatment centers.
So thank you so much for that, Jason. And I appreciate your thoughts. You know, you and I are usually aligned in making sure that we look at the holistic, picture always, and that we are elevating and centering our neighbors and our residents and the least among us. So I hear you for that, and I thank you for your thoughtful insights. And I just want to respond in two ways. The first is we have been very conscientious in our committee about inviting all of our service providers and visiting them. I went over to Roosevelt Island. Other members of our committee have visited different facilities and invited them to come. And most recently, as you were aware last month, we were very strongly in support of keeping CCHP here, who's been in our community for more than 65 years. So definitely, we want to make sure, as I said at the start of this, that we are uplifting and supporting those organizations in our community, whether they are a small independent organization providing crucial health and human services to our larger, more institutional entities like our hospitals. With that being said, and thank you for recognizing the fair share issue. I do think that as a community, when we look at our community in relation to others who may be able to hire lawyers or may be able to have, as just in the conversation about sanitation a few minutes ago, where they can hire privatized sanitation to address their issues if there's an inequity. There is a conversation from our committee that often our community is overlooked, and that then puts the ownership and the responsibility upon us as a community board, as residents, as those living and working in the community, to do our own survey and assessment of what's here, what's needed. So again, as I said, we've been inviting them to do something of an annual report. How many employees do they have? How many doctors? How many service providers? What kind of services? What is the mix of the services? Are people providing OBGYN care and pediatric care in addition to drug rehabilitation services? So what is the mix? What is the service? And what's the full spectrum of healthcare opportunities in our community, which is, we think that the education process is equally as important to understanding what the need is and how the community is interfacing with these organizations. But I do think that I would love to encourage, economic development could understand or look into the job element of it. And, I know David is very inclined, to look at whether or not we're servicing our young people. And so, we do have other committees that are tasked with some of those crucial areas. And I think that conversation is relevant and important. But I do think that now when we're hearing that developers and brokers are literally selling our community out from under us to certain entities because they feel that our community board in our neighborhood is one, as Nilsa stated earlier, where we can just check a box and we can move in and do whatever we want, wherever we want. I think we need to change that dialogue and conversation. And I think our conversation needs to be about the fact that our community has a big heart, and we are here to help all who are in need with a lens for our community first. And I don't think that we need to be shy about that because, as I said before, we have been helping everyone in the community citywide. I've been here 46 years, that's over 4 decades, almost 5. And I do think it's time for us, particularly during this pandemic, as we come out of it, to say, we have a certain mix of service providers, and of those service providers, what are the services they are providing, and how are our residents of CB11, who we are responsible for first, accessing those and being served and helped by those. And then we can look at the other New York City residents and other areas. I'll just give you a really quick story. One of our service providers says that they're the only one in the country that provides something, and they have patients that come from Japan
and from England and from Iran here to East Harlem to get that service. That is something that we should be amplifying. That is something that we should be talking about on our website and in our materials and as part of our economic development and tourism conversation, that, you know, East Harlem is a site for, you know, cutting edge healthcare services in this specific area, and that people are coming from all over the world to seek that. But also, in order to do that, we must survey what we have first to understand what we are doing well and what we can be doing better, and how our neighbors are best served by what we have, and then determine what's needed to take it to the next level. And so again, this moratorium is not all encompassing. That was the first moratorium that, resolution draft we put forward. We've stepped back from that because we heard the community's feedback. We heard our fellow board members' feedback. And now we're just asking for a 12-month pause, which I think in bigger terms is actually a little bit of time, because this year went pretty fast during this pandemic. Just a 12-month pause on any new sightings. And I think that that would be a fair and equitable way for us to determine what comes next.
Thank you. Eva?
Yes, I want to second Nye. I understand Jason's point, and I don't want to have to paint drug users in a negative light. At the same time, I think we also need to recognize the reality is some of the social services have more negative impact on the environment than others. I think we cannot dispute this fact. And at some point, we can be generous and help other wealthier neighborhoods, whiter neighborhoods in Manhattan. But at some point, we just need to also think about the welfare of our children. I've participated in street cleaning activities many times. And the kind of thing that I see, needles in front of schools, people using school entrance as public toilet, people passing out. It is not something that I see when I live on Upper East Side, Upper West Side. Our children deserve a fair chance of growing up in a normal environment. They grew up in this environment and they don't even know that other children grew up differently. The other thing is that our neighborhood, we need comprehensive healthcare. And right now, so much of the healthcare resources is diverted to helping patients that are coming from all over New York City. When in the Human Service Committee, we talk to service providers. There's clearly not enough healthcare provided to local residents. And how can this neighborhood that is so deprived of public healthcare still be servicing 84% of our drug patients are not from East Harlem, when we need so much more healthcare? We need mental health support, for example. In addition, to support these patients, it actually incurs additional funding that Jason will very well tell you that we're not getting. We're not even getting funding to clean up the street. We're not getting, as you can see from earlier resolution, we were denied funding to pick up needles in parks. When I can see with my clear eyes, there are plenty of needles. Our children are playing in playgrounds strewed with needles. It is not normal. It just must stop.
Thank you, Eva. And I just want to say that, just circling back to the original start of the conversation, which was the timing of this. And the timing of this was just that the budget is coming, a potential, merger is on the way. We are not in any way trying to lessen the need and or put anyone in a negative light. All we're saying in this document is, could we pause any new sightings? And I know that there's a lot of passion on both sides around this issue. This is a much larger issue. We probably need another town hall or a retreat just to talk about this and engage organizations addressing these issues. But I believe, based on the conversations in our committee, based on the conversations and feedback of the neighbors who have come to our meetings, that a pause is a natural next step
in the evolution of our community and what we would like to see from it next, so that we are taking care of those who are in need, and balancing our economic comeback post-pandemic, and then making sure that everyone has the right access to healthcare and services in our neighborhood first. And then if we have space and capacity to help others in need across our city, East Harlem is always here to serve.
Thank you. I have 4 more hands, so I'm going to pick Pastor Isaac Scott next.
Hey, I just wanted to I wanted to say that going back to what Jason was saying, I remember when I first came on the community board and we were talking about this issue in Human Services Committee. This is a bit before I came on. And I remember that the tone in which it was kind of being talked about did kind of rub me wrong in a kind of a way, but through conversation, we were able to like really balance perspective. But I think that going back to something I was saying, is the ask is what we should focus on, and what we are actually asking. And I don't think that it's, I know for a fact, and I want to say I appreciate you now, because this is an issue I see you be very, very, like, you really teeter on a real tight rope to try not to offend people, but also to acknowledge the need for us to really do an assessment. And I think that's what it is. I don't think that personally we should be saying, yo, we don't want these people in our community, nor would I say that all of the issues that East Harlem has is due to drug abuse, and just excluding all of the other factors that go into, why we see piss in the hallways and things like that. Everything ain't drug abuse, so I don't want to attribute that, to everything. That's not true. But I do think there is a need. I think when you stop and say, hold up, y'all doing too much, let's take an assessment and help us to get in front of it. I think that shows that we care about the community enough to make sure that we can handle what they're throwing our way. And I think it's like a bit of us, taking a step and saying, okay, we understand the issue, we acknowledge all of this, and we want to be able to correctly do this in a righteous way. We want to make sure we can care for the people who need the services. We're not trying to kick people out of the community or say they can't come in, but we also don't want you to, treat East Harlem like a dumping site, and you're not giving us no resources to be able to withstand all of the dumping you're doing. So I think there's a balance between just understanding, that people are, we're talking about people, we're talking about our families, our friends, when we talk about people dealing with drug abuse, substance abuse a lot of times. But I also think there is we have to be responsible and caring for how, outside organizations will treat our community if we don't say nothing. Because if we don't say nothing, they'll keep doing it and it'll get worse.
Thank you, Pastor Isaac.
That was my sorry.
Thank you. I didn't cut you off, did I? Because feel free to finish.
No, you did not. I'm good. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you, Pastor Isaac, for always your support and for keeping us true and real on our Health and Human Services Committee.
All right. Thank you. Dawn?
I don't know if it's time yet, but I wanted to make a motion. Is it not time?
No, well, there's 3 people who have their hands up. And so once they ask their questions, Dawn, then I'm going to say a comment. And if there are no more questions, then I'll ask for a motion.
Oh, okay. So I just also wanted, because I was putting stuff in the chat, and I know there are people on the phone, and we want to be sensitive to those people. So I just wanted to reiterate that, we have, we've seen a lot of negligence come our way, a lot of disregard from a number of agencies that simply think we aren't going to say anything. And, there was a point when Gail Brewer came to our meeting and said Community Board 11 used to fight, or that we fight. We don't fight anymore. And I just, I don't find it acceptable. I really don't. I'm not a social worker. I'm not a police officer. I can't become that every day for every person who comes into this community. And so, I probably sound insensitive, but, it's to have a drug dealer approach your child on the street for someone to get shot right in front of your child. at some point you have to say, you know what, how much do we need to have in this community before we just start sacrificing our children and our quality of life to and our mental state to this trauma? Like, how much do we need to take? So anyway, I put that in the chat so the people on the phone, that's just how I feel.
No, that's fine. Thank you for sharing. I have two more hands. One is Xavier and then one is Eva. Then I'm going to just make a comment. And then if there are no more questions, then I will put this to the board. Xavier?
I'll let Eva go ahead real quick, and then
Okay.
I'd like to tie things off, if that's okay, and then pass it to you, please.
Okay.
Sounds good. And one other point that I want to make, I just type in to the chat as well, is in New York City, when we have too many drug treatment clinic in Harlem, it actually hurts drug treatment patients. It is actually a well-known issue. I just type in a New York Times article that patients in Staten Island, Brooklyn, and Queens has been complaining that they don't have accessible drug treatment. And that is because these drug treatment center in Harlem has started here, and it's easier for them to expand in Harlem rather than spending the funding to set up new centers in other locations. So when we allow too many people to come in Harlem, it actually hurts the patients. I urge you to read this article, and there are many more similar articles and many more people in Brooklyn and Queens fighting to get more drug treatment center into that district.
Thank you, Eva, for sharing that and sharing that information. I hope that everyone on the board avails themselves of these links that are put in by our board members. Thank you again, Eva. Xavier?
Yes, thank you for the thoughtful and insightful comments. And I'd like to say that a lot of what is being said is not in conflict, but rather complementary threads that will happen over the course of time. And this is just stage one. And for us to take a step back and look at the entire chessboard, we're dealing with this in a very holistic and logical, but yet human-centric. We're not saying in any way and devaluing what other people are saying. This is just step one, so we can engage in an analysis, engage with our providers, and find out who are delivering the resources our community needs, whilst we deal with the budget requests that have existed in our statement of district needs for years. And again, we're not getting those requests fulfilled as we have cited them. So I think really these are all great comments, and I would invite everyone to come to our Human Services Committee meeting. And that's the opportunity, that's where the work is done. We convene as a larger body to sign off and to have a healthy debate like what we're having tonight. But it is an opportunity where we can really get into the weeds, really do the work, and make those recommendations and work together with our committees and seeing how we can liaise with one another when it comes to those requests, such as what was raised by Jason, is saying, like, affordable housing and then also to being able to provide resources for economic development and jobs. I mean, this is how we all intersect, but with this particular issue is just a massive step forward to say, hey, this will afford us the opportunity. So we're not being reactive, but we're being proactive, so we can have our proper analysis. So that's where that is. And I thank the committee, and I thank everyone on this body for their deliberation. And thank you, Madam Chair, back to you.
Okay, I'm going to take one more comment or question from Stephen Villanueva, and then I'm going to sum up and present this item to the board. Stephen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking for some clarity with regards to, our next steps in decision making. So could anyone tell us how many new sightings there have been in the last 2 years, just to sort of, to make a comparison on the first bullet point on the resolution? It seems like that's the emphasis, to pause the new sighting. Secondly, what is the immediate benefit if this resolution passes, and what are the next steps? And lastly, Again, to sort of tag on to a lot of the discussion, healthy discussion that's been had here tonight, I would just ask that, well, I guess my question is, what I'm hearing is that drug treatment centers in the community are synonymous with drug use, violence, and paraphernalia in an excess that's just based off of, listening to the conversation. So it just seems like the exact antithesis of the goal and objective of a drug treatment center. So with regards to, once we get an answer on the citing question, I guess the next step is, will there be just an ongoing follow-up to study how these programs themselves are being managed in totality?
So, Madam Chair, is it okay if I answer?
Absolutely, Nine.
So a couple of things. First of all, Stephen, we are not implying, I know the conversation has gone in a different direction. We are not implying anything in this resolution for a pause of new sightings, except to say that we have a higher sighting rating in comparison to the usage and the need in the community. So we have a 4 times, exponentially in terms of sites here based on the percent of usage by East Harlem residents. And we need to address that, find out why is that? Why do we have, 4 times the capacity? Who's using it? What services do they provide? Is it duplicative? Is there something new and innovative, et cetera? So step number 1 is we've been inviting these service providers to come to each of our meetings once a month and to do a presentation and share their documentation with us. So that's step number 1. As Nilsa was saying earlier, it's a survey of what currently exists. Secondly, it is to understand who's here, because as I mentioned earlier, if a service provider is going into a space that is privately owned, they technically do not have to come in front of our community board, which means that there are service providers here that we may not even be aware of. And so we want to really create some sort of catalog of, services. One of the things we talk about in our committee is the amazing CB11 website, which has service providers and lists of different categories of ways that people can access services in our community, many of which of those service providers are actually not listed. And in a walking tour that we did with our senator, many of these service providers actually don't have any signage, any information on their doors. And because of HIPAA and other regulations, don't really give information when you come in for, to glean additional information on what services they provide and, how we can, better get to know them and partner as a community board. And so, part of this issue is, part of the intent of this resolution is to call for a pause on any new sites so that we can better determine what exists. And again, how is it serving our community, what capacity it has, and uplift those that are longtime cornerstones, and then, identify the other ones that we don't really have documentation on and invite them to the community board so we can better create a dialogue. But secondly, I want to also say, because again, the conversation has gotten a little past what the intent of this and also what this is calling for. I would defer to Angel and the executive committee on any information which I think can come as a follow-up on previous sightings. I do want to just add to that what I stated earlier, which is one of the providers came on the record and said at our community board meeting that they were being offered a year's free rent and free renovation and free almost everything under the sun if they would come and put their center in East Harlem. And so there is this kind of window where it seems that because we have vacancies through the pandemic, that our community is being marketed as the place to come to do these kind of services. And I think that calling for a pause would allow us to better assess what we have and what we can do better. And then, last but not least, Stephen, to your point of the future, I think we would have to wait and see what the assessment, or the survey yields before we can determine next steps, which is why Osende
had recommended, putting a time frame to it to allow us the time to meet all of these different providers, engage in a dialogue with them, understand what they deliver currently, identify also where there might be opportunities for new services or enhanced services post-pandemic. As was mentioned earlier, there's going to be a need for youth. There's also a need for people who've lost loved ones who've never been able to say goodbye and have that closure. And that might be something that, we need to address in our community as a factor. So I don't think yet that the committee is ready to talk about what comes after that. I think the first thing is to survey what actually exists and to start the dialogue and conversation and have those organizations come and present to our committee, and then for us to share that information with the larger board and our residents.
Thank you, Nye, for that. Stephen, did Nye satisfactorily answer your question before I move on?
I'd say for the most part, but based on her conclusion, I just wanted to get clarity on, did we actually have numbers in terms of how many sightings there have been in the last 24 months? And I'm just cherry picking that time frame to compare it against, the urgency on the resolution. And of course, just for information for the board to make their deliberation on.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. What I had said was I would defer to Angel and the staff to get that information. And the urgency wasn't based on what's been done in the past. The urgency was based on the current budget coming up for April 1st, the city budget, which is just started, a couple of weeks ago, and the state budget, which is coming up for the pending merger of Oasis with the Department of Mental Health, and the fact that we have a high vacancy rate, I believe it's 40%, in our district, whereby realtors and brokers are purposely seeking out service providers to come and take up space in East Harlem. So it was a multitude of factors that came to our attention, having these conversations with the providers that have come and presented that prompted the urgency to put a pause or request a resolution for a pause.
Thank you, Nye. So I just want to make a couple of general comments before I, bring this to the board at large. This is a topic that can go on all night. We all have different viewpoints. I just want to, from the viewpoint of the community, I just want to clarify. This community needs funding for everything. This moratorium does not imply that funding should not come to this community. I'm always troubled as a person who's lived here for 60 years. Having a substance abuse problem doesn't always equate with being homeless. And being a homeless individual does not always equate with having drug treatment issues. And so I think that when we talk about our people, who we are, we also, when we speak about our community residents and our brothers and sisters, that we also be very careful that we don't stereotype people in this community, because there are a lot of people here in this community that have the issues that Jason has mentioned. Everything that Jason will mention is extremely valid. We need money for everything. Homelessness is a huge issue in and of itself, right? That we have to tackle and we have to push forth. Our drug addicted or substance abuse members of this community is something that we have to advocate for. We have to be behind them, just like at the city at large, right? We have to make sure that we look at the community, because this community is more than just drug treatment centers. Community Board 11 has gone on the record to bring pilot programs that deal with substance abuse to this community in an effort to make sure that we address all the issues that we can. So I just want to clarify that. I want to thank every board member who has brought up their viewpoints. we can't look at things in a silo. We need to see everything almost simultaneously. The homelessness, the housing issues, the fact that our seniors don't get enough money from the government to pay rent and are living in moldy apartments in NYCHA. The fact that people have no place to live and sleep in stairwells. The fact that people are shooting up on 110th Street on the subway station and are throwing people in the trains because of a myriad of issues. This moratorium, as I understand it, is talking about the fact that this community is a big-hearted community and has a lot of services. And that there may be a rationale where we're not aware of everything we have in our own backyard. And other people may be benefiting from it. Like, and I used an example of people coming from Japan and other places, right, to come here and use our services. So it appears to me that this second resolution is looking to make sure that we don't have, that there is a pause. This is my understanding, and Nye, please correct me if I'm wrong, so that there's a period of assessment and a period of engagement that this board is looking to do, because for many years, this board has not actively engaged with providers among all the different spectrums of the committees. And so human services is doing youth and education, has gotten the superintendents in, economic development has done wonderful work. And I am so incredibly proud of the work that 49 individuals have come together to do. So it is my understanding, and I want you to explain to me if I'm wrong in 30 seconds or less, this is a pause from this point, that if this is passed, from the point that it's signed to a year later, that no new programs are brought into this community. Sometimes you're going to have things happen no matter what, but that until there's an assessment so that we as a board and as a community know what's going on in our backyard. This moratorium, I want to be clear, if it's passed, does not stop this board from advocating in its statement of district needs for more money, each committee fighting for more money, identifying the needs that our community residents have. So I just, I don't want anybody to think that this moratorium is so powerful that it will stop us from advocating for things. That is not the intention. I think Eva brought up a lot of good points as well. There has been conversations and articles where, unfortunately, there are people who come to do the good work and come to work against an addiction that's so horrible to themselves and their family, and they get preyed upon. So that's something that public safety, right? So we all have to start working in tandem, not only separately in silos, but together as one unit. So Nye, I am not misunderstanding the point of this moratorium, am I?
You're not misunderstanding. I would just clarify, based on what David reminded us, is that it is a request to implement an immediate moratorium on new sightings of drug rehabilitation, chemical dependency, and treatment centers, as opposed to just new programs. So that would be my only clarification of what you said, right? It's just this specific type, or categories, not just new programs, because we don't want to step on any other toes of the service providers that need to do it. But thank you, Nilsa, for that. And thank you for your leadership in helping us get to this point.
Okay, I just want to make sure that the board understands that every voice is important. Everyone is heard, and I am very proud to know all of you and the love and the advocacy that you show for this community. I can't tell you, as a lifelong resident here, it overwhelms me sometimes. I'm not going to cry, but it overwhelms me sometimes. And so, I want to thank you all for the spirit in which you give your remarks and in the discussion and the dialogue for improvement. With that said, Human Services made a motion to pass the resolution that was read by Nye Whitaker. Nye, can you read the part again that you are revising?
Sure.
That was the last part that you.
We're going to make two. Yeah, there's going to be two revisions. So the first, as raised by David Giordano, is a revision to item number 3, which is to require all OASIS authorized, and I would just take out the word provider and replace it with drug rehabilitation, chemical dependency, and treatment centers. So we would replace, or should I say, remove the word providers in number 3 and replace it with drug rehabilitation, chemical dependency, and treatment centers, and requiring them to come before CB11M no later than 120 days prior to our reauthorization and or expansion of services or service capacity. The second change is to the resolved statement. So be it resolved that Community Board 11 calls upon the New York State Office of Addiction Services and Support, OASIS, and NILSA. I apologize. I don't even remember what you said anymore all the time in the back and forth discussion.
So basically you might want to consider, and any regulatory agencies that have oversight over the above mentioned programs.
Perfect. So 2 revisions to item number 3 and to the resolved section as raised by Marissa. The resolved section is being revised to be proactive in understanding that OASIS is in the early phases of a merger with the Office of Mental Health, which is OMH.
Okay. So with that said, does everyone understand that the original resolution will reflect now those changes? And so the motion we are voting on will incorporate the 2 changes that was mentioned by Chairwoman Whitaker. Are there any questions on what Nye has stated? Because if not, I need to move this item forward. Elsie, you have your hand up? I guess not. Okay. So Stephen, do you have a comment on what was just discussed?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, is that Villanueva?
Yes.
No,
Yes.
that was from my
Okay.
previous question.
Okay, and Eva, your hand is still up. Can I disregard that?
She did
And
a
Dawn,
yeah.
and Dawn, your hand is still up.
I will
I'm gonna
lower it.
Okay, so
Dawn,
I see no questions.
Sorry. I didn't know if Dawn was up to make the motion again. I apologize.
No, so I'm gonna open it up now, right? So is there a motion to pass the resolution with revisions regarding a moratorium on new sightings of drug rehabilitation, chemical dependency, and drug treatment centers in East Harlem? The original motion was made by Robin Strachan, seconded by Osendi Garcia and the committee, and it passed unanimously. Dawn, do you have your hand up for a motion?
Yes, I have a motion to support the resolution with the 2 edits that were mentioned in this discussion.
Okay.
Second,
Is there a second by
Second.
Carlos Diaz? Okay. Angel, can you do a roll call vote? I could do it. Angel?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just getting my screen ready so I could call.
Oh, okay.
Thanks. Stephanie Arroyo,
Aye on the recommend. Aye. I'm sorry, we're voting on the recommendation, correct?
Yes.
Yes, and aye. Thank you.
thank you, Stephanie. Yolanda Brown,
Yes.
Eva Chan,
Yes.
Carlos Diaz,
yes,
Angela Donadell,
Abstain.
Jessica Elliott,
Yes.
Elsie Encarnacion,
No.
Judith Febrero,
No.
Raja Flores,
yes,
Osendi Garcia,
Yes.
David Giordano,
Present, not voting. Conflict.
thank you. Joe Goldblum. Joe Goldblum. John Green,
Aye.
Robert Harvey,
Yes.
Jada Heredia,
Yes.
Ivy Hume,
Yes.
Marissa Mack,
Yes.
Giselle Malave,
Yes.
Pat Martin,
Yes.
Francis Mastroda,
Yes.
Jennifer Meyer,
Yes.
Jessica Morris,
I believe I have to be present, not voting.
Rosa Orama,
Present, not voting.
Andrew Padilla,
Present, not voting.
Art Perez,
Yes.
Dawn Sanders,
Yes.
Xavier Santiago,
Yes.
Jeremiah Slotman,
No.
Isaac Scott,
Yes.
Russell Schuler,
Yes.
Vinnie Torres.
Yes.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Yes.
Yes, sorry, I couldn't hear you the first time. Thank you. Steven Villanueva,
No.
Andy Vasquez,
Present, not voting.
Nye Whitaker,
Yes.
Michelle Wiltshire Clement,
Present, not voting.
Jason Wu,
No.
motion passes.
Thank you. Now, let me explain my vote.
You'll have
Present,
to-
not voting. Is because I have a conflict. I am an affiliate of a larger agency who offers the programs such as were discussed tonight. We also need to be clear that we understand what present not voting means, as opposed to as an abstain and or as an aye or as a no. So if you have a conflict, before you take the vote, you can feel free to mention the conflict so that we all understand the reason you're conflicted. If it's that you're not comfortable with a vote or you don't feel that it's something you want to support, then a no is the proper response. Okay, but present not voting is that there is a conflict, and that is why you are not voting. So the motion, so the vote is done. The motion passes according to Angel, correct, Angel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much, Human Services Committee, for your work. I look forward to you continuing the work and giving us periodic updates on this board so that we can see what the services are that are in this community and what we may be lacking, so that as we advocate in our district needs statement, that we make sure that we're advocating for services that will help this community as well as the city at large. As you see, we are a helping community. And this does not preclude us from working and striving against the homelessness, mental health, and all the other issues that have been mentioned here tonight. With that, we're moving forward to youth and education. Thank you again, Human Services, for your work. And Chair David Giordano.
Oh, hi. I just want to kind of lead into where we just were. So we spend a lot of time looking at the treatment programs. I am an OASIS contract that does prevention with youth to prevent them from using drugs and picking up. I think as we have this conversation, we also spent a lot of time talking about the impact of substance abuse on members in our community. And maybe what we also have to work on simultaneously as you began this process now in Human Services is maybe portions of youth and education myself, could begin to work on the problem of the substance abuse. And I think Dawn raised some real serious concerns and issues, but I think we have to separate them in how we address the problems, even though there's like that overlap, you know, the two circles where there's a piece that overlaps. The substance abuse is the overlap. But I think we also can't get rid of the programs without addressing the problems that bring the programs here, right? The substance abuse. So with that said,
Yeah, I
wanna
agree with
start
you,
some good
David.
news. Yes.
I agree with you, David, but I just want to again reiterate that this moratorium is not an attempt to get rid of any existing programs. This moratorium is to give a pause for 12 months so that the community board can do its due diligence in its investigation of what is here, so that when we actually cite things in our statement of district needs, or when we talk to board, community members at large who ask us, well, how do we know this? Or what have we done? That we can come from an honest place and say, this is what we've done. So that we're not only doing the numbers, but we're also doing the humanistic interaction. So again, this moratorium is not an attempt to get rid of anything, but this moratorium is to say, we understand we need it, we have the services, do we need more? And if then we need more, then this community board and the community can make informed buy-in to the providers that come in and present, as opposed to us just being a check in the box. Because we have to make sure we don't stigmatize our community residents by just thinking that they're homeless because they're drug addicted, or drug addicted individuals are homeless, or this is what happens because of this. That is not true, because then we're labeling so we need to be real clear. I agree with you. This community board needs to work together in the committees. There is overlap in almost every single committee to address this issue. And so I charge this board and these committees to add this agenda item where you may just have discussions over what you've heard tonight.
Are you frozen? I'm frozen.
Mm-hmm.
So I would just add, as we go forward, I have some good news that I would like to reiterate to the committee that we had at our committee meeting this past week. And some of that good news helps prevent substance abuse, and that's creating opportunities for young people. So I'm very happy to report that we had Sandino Sanchez, once again from Children's Aid Society, the Director of Workforce Development, present on the current SYEP. And actually on the day he presented, we had received the award letter that the New York City is going back to funding 70,000 young people for jobs in this particular city and at this time when they need it so importantly. And I think we're very fortunate that our committee, along with a lot of other work in other committees across the city, wrote resolutions and really attempted to address the inaccuracies of not providing SYEP to its fullest for many of our students. And he also kind of reiterated that they're going, SYEP and DYCD are going to be coming before community boards to really substantiate workforce development, and SYEP being a much more substantiated entity that serves young people all year long. So I really want to say that we were really lucky. Again, we're limited sometimes into the numbers of kids that can be provided. There are different, as they say, different criterias and lotteries that go into fact that they have all opened. So we should encourage young people from age 14 to 24 to apply for the SYEP jobs. 14 and 15-year-olds go through stipend programs and will receive $700 for the summer as a stipend. They do 12 hours a week. 16 and up, there are many different opportunities for hybrid, in-person, and remote. Kids can also learn this year and obtain some college credits and also credentialing on certain kinds of areas such as computer and learning different softwares and adding to that. So, you know, again, I think the more times we can create more opportunities for young people is another way of deferring them from substance abuse and picking up. And creating these programs, we can only, you know, really support the prevention programs in Oasis, because their main objective is to stop that young person from picking up or helping them to put it down or if they already picked it up. We also had a wonderful presentation from Youth Action Youth Build, who is celebrating their 44th year in our community. What I found very interesting is a lot of the work they've done has been modeled throughout the state, throughout the nation, but are also in 26 other nations around the world. So, you know, I have to really implore. So if you don't know what Youth Action Youth Build is, it's a program for 17 through 24-year-old youth who may have dropped out of school or haven't finished high school, and also provide job training around construction, around certifications, around food service. They are expanding their food training program, food service program, and they are also looking into developing stuff around technology and also training kids, young people around technology. Again, this is a real rigorous program. They take children that are really have many other challenges. They provide case management services for them, and they really have been a staple in our community in helping young people open up opportunities for employment. So one of our goals is not so much as that when people need things from us, it's when we need to find out about other services in our community and how we best can partner and collaborate with them around the needs that address our young people in the community. So again, we're looking to invite in and to also address issues as they come up by other agencies as they need our support. We also, Jason, under new business, brought up the issue around the new deal with CUNY about increasing funding for CUNY and CUNY schools to be able to better provide supports. They are now in danger. I think it's about 42 million they're talking about cutting from CUNY adjunct professors. These will affect schools that service many of our people. Silverman, Hunter, which is up on 119th Street, will be impacted. We already, I think Andrew at the last meeting had brought up on the new business how, you know, again, our cultural center or the center is going to be affected by some of these cuts as well. So we felt it was very important. And it was interesting because during the discussion, we weren't sure if it was better to do a motion with this, a resolution, or to just write a letter of support. But because of the time frame and the budget being in April, we said, let's do a letter of support and then maybe consider doing a resolution with more meat and substance behind what we're trying to address around the cuts and how those will affect both the community at large and students that attend those schools. The rest of the information are informational updates. The one thing I do want to highlight, at our monthly CEC meetings in April, which are the second Wednesdays of the month, we are having mayoral candidates come to our meetings in April and March there to answer questions by the community. Yes, we do want to focus around the educational components, but this is open for community residents. So please find out the information for the CEC. They are the second Wednesday of each month. We will have one in April and one in May. And again, we'll have the representatives that are being considered for mayor as candidates come and present to us at the meeting, the CEC meeting. But with the motion, Yolanda Brown made a motion to support the proposed new deal for CUNY state legislation. The motion was passed by Jada Herrera and passed unanimously. So
thank you, David. So are there any questions on anything that David reported on or on this motion that the committee voted on?
I'll just add that Senator Serrano and Benjamin are also supporting this. We've reached out to their offices to also present so that if we do take upon to write a resolution, we'll have, more support, great information.
Okay. Thank you, David. 9, you have your hand up?
I do. Excuse me 1 second. Sorry, yawn snuck in. Sorry about that. Called on me just when it was hitting. David, just a quick question. I was talking to Kasia. I'm sorry if I got her name incorrect. Does the CEC, for the district and its surrounding areas, so like 3, 4, 5, do they ever meet together on a quarterly
So
basis,
this
or is
is-
it 3 is separate from 4 is separate from 5?
There's citywide CECs, there's some overlap. So we in district, we also have a piece of CEC 5
Right,
in
right.
the northern part of our district.
Right.
And actually, she has, one of the members that started coming to our meetings. You know, it's always been an outreach that we've tried to do. And I'm trying to get to their meetings, or I'm gonna have to designate another member of the committee, because their meeting is on the night we have our executive.
Oh, okay,
So-
yeah. I just didn't know if they were doing anything, because I know there's the citywide and then there's individual. I didn't know if, like, for lack of a better term, regional, like if our, you know, neighborhood and
So, like,
bordering.
we've done work together around AQE, which is around the fast student funding, right? So we're working together around that. We did a call to order where members of them supported us when we called Robert Rodriguez's office a few weeks ago, you know, so there is some collaboration and overlap. We would like to do a better collaboration, because, you know, a kid may live on 108th Street, but attend school on 132nd Street, which is, right? So they live in one and attend the other. You know, I would say that, I'll use your moratorium as an example. We've been building slow. A couple of years ago, the superintendent wouldn't even attend our meetings, right? And none of them would be part of it. And it's been that slow work of members. Nelson was part of the committee when we began that work, and it's grew. So now we've had the superintendent attend 5 times since May, you know, at different meetings and coming in and going out. And we're really lucky to have this new superintendent. So we really need to take advantage of her. She's very transparent. I mean, she says things you would never normally hear a superintendent say to you.
God bless.
And she meets with us once a week, you know, so CEC also, elections are coming up. So people that have students in school in the district should vote for their CEC representation. So it's another kind of call to order. But Nelson, take care of the motion so we can go to bed.
Thank you.
No, we have a question from Raja Flores.
Hey,
Raja.
hey, David, if a mayoral candidate is part of a community board, is that a conflict?
I don't think so. I'm not running for mayor. Are you running for mayor?
Yeah.
I don't think it's a conflict.
So
Okay.
what I will tell you is that the community board is separate from politics. There will be no politicking at the community board. You cannot use the public session to promote your candidacy, and your votes reflect you as an individual. But if you get elected, you're gone. Okay. All right. So as long
Thank
as we maintain those professional borders, and you know, and then the community board emails are not to be used for politicking, but what you do on your private time with conversations in a different capacity that is on you. So
And
with that
actually,
said,
the CEC has very strong guidelines of what you can't do in your candidacy and what platforms you can't use. So this is another platform that cannot be. So I'm not promoting my running. I'm just informing that the election is.
right. And any questions? So if anyone has any questions like that, or thinking of running for public office and they're not too sure if there's a conflict, that's a question that there's a conflict of interest training coming up that's being given by the Manhattan Borough President. So I urge everyone to register for that. But 2, that's a question that we can specifically ask the conflict of interest board at a portion of the Manhattan Borough President's office. So if you have any questions that you're not clear about or you'd like clarified, we'd be more than happy. That includes you, Raja.
Nelson, actually, I had to go through a thorough vetting process to be on both the community board and the CEC. And the actual was a court action prior to me that said you can be legally, you can be a CEC member and a board member. So
Right.
again,
So there you go.
transparency, no conflicts.
That's
I'm
it.
good to go.
Exactly. And just to clarify with the board, if there's a topic that you feel you have a conflict in, you can still participate in the discussion as long as you disclose what you think the conflict in. Nothing precludes you from having part in the conversation. What will maybe preclude you is when you actually have to take a vote and you're present not voting. because of the conflict. Okay, with that said, I'm going to make sure there's no more questions. John Green has his hand up. John?
Sorry, I was actually waiting for you to say
Oh,
the
okay.
motion.
All right, John. Is there a motion to accept this committee recommendation? John?
So moved.
John made the motion to accept the committee recommendation. Is there a second?
Second by Villanueva.
Second by Stephen Villanueva. Okay, roll call vote, Angel. We only got 2 more to go.
Okay. Stephanie Arroyo.
Aye.
Thank you. Rhonda Brown.
Yes.
Eva Chan.
Yes.
Carlos Diaz.
Yes.
Angela Donadell.
Yes.
Excuse me. Jessica Elliott.
Yes.
Elsie Encarnacion.
Yes.
Judith Fabraro.
Yes.
Raja Flores.
Yes.
Sandy Garcia.
Yes.
David Giordano.
Yes.
Joe Goldblum. John Green.
Aye.
Robert Harvey.
Yes.
Jada Heredia. Ivy Hume.
Yes.
Marissa Mack.
Yes.
Giselle Malave.
Yes.
Patricia Martin.
Yes.
Francis Mastroda.
Yes.
Jennifer Meyer.
Yes.
Jessica Morris.
Yes.
Elsa Arama.
Yes.
Andrew Padilla.
Yes.
Arturo Perez.
Yes.
Don Sanders.
Yes.
Xavier Santiago.
Yes.
Jeremiah Schlappman.
Yes.
Isaac Scott.
Yes.
Russell Schuler.
Yes.
Benny Torres.
Yes.
Steven Villanueva.
Yes.
Andy Vasquez.
Yes.
Nye Whitaker.
Yes.
Michelle Wilcher Clement.
Yes.
Jason Wu.
Yes, sorry.
Thanks, Judge. The motion passes.
Thank you so much, David, and thank you, board, for your patience. We only have 2 more items to get through, 2 more groups, and then we can finish the committee reports. Thank you. We are now moving on to Economic Development and Culture. Marissa Mack, Chair. Take it away, Marissa.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night, actually. Good night. Thank you all. I'm just going to go through quickly. We had our resident guest of Town Grand Central who presented on some of the initiatives that they are currently working on, including a survey going out to many of the small businesses regarding their rent and the impact on COVID to rent. So they are currently doing that, and this is in tandem with Wagner's graduate school of public service. So they'll be working with them on gathering information on the survey, which is confidential. We also spoke briefly with Union Settlement on their initiative regarding the small business, East Harlem Small Business Grant, which has ended. And we are actually going to cover this evening the letter of support we wrote, ensuring those funds get redistributed, the remaining funds get redistributed back into the community. We spoke with the New York Public Library. So we had a presentation from Amir Kotev He's the manager for government and community affairs, and there's a lot of good work going on with our public libraries in the community, including renovations to the Aguilar and the Harlem branch. And some of these updates actually include ADA required upgrades to the public libraries. They are currently doing some work right now with COVID testing, and they have a lot of online programs that are available. So just urging everyone to look into that. We had a presentation from the Museum of the City of New York, which was very comprehensive and great to hear from them. Every month we've been engaging one of our community museums to present, just to keep them on the radar, as well as we have been really focusing on restaurants and small businesses, but want to make sure that we are also including our cultural institutions. And so we had Jerry Gallagher and James Horton, who is the new VP of Education and Engagement, present. They are doing a lot of great work. I know they're working with Union Settlement on a couple of initiatives, and they have a lot of online and in-person events that are taking place at this time. So I encourage you all to go to the website and again, they are doing both in-person and virtual. So there's opportunity for everyone to get involved and to engage with that. So our biggest discussions, our meeting last month was actually held after the full board meeting. So we had a discussion last month in regards to the redistribution of the remaining East Harlem grant funds. The amount of these funds were roughly $700,000 that were remaining after the close of the grant last month. And so we did, Dawn made a motion to support a letter, which was seconded by Jenny Chomsky. And we would like to move forward with that motion this evening. So that's the first item of business. And then I guess we can go to the I Love New York grant after that motion.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask if anyone has a question on the first item that the Economic Development voted on, the motion to write a letter of support, and it was seconded. If there are no questions, then I'm gonna have Marissa explain the second one. And then we're going to batch them together and take a vote on both those items for economic development. Marissa, can you explain the second item?
Oh, I think David had a question. Are we taking
Oh,
questions
does
on
he?
this
Is
and
his
then
hand-
moving? Yeah.
Oh, is
Mhm.
his hand up?
Yeah,
Okay, David, your hand wasn't up when I looked at this list. Okay, go ahead, David.
There was a little spot there. No,
All right.
I would just ask, so are we proposing what the funds could be used for? Like we're saying, put them back to East
Yes.
Harlem community for what?
Yes, so more specifically, so the funds will be redistributed back to be used for the grant in support of small businesses within the East Harlem community specifically. So the grant funds previously were, again, only for small businesses within our area. Those funds were not used, and so we want to make sure that they don't get, redistributed back into the city somewhere where they're not going to be beneficial to our neighborhood.
I would just add that little piece you had to say what they're specifically going to be for, even though they're going to go back into here to, again, identify small businesses and get it out. So nobody can say,
Okay.
don't try to use it for something else. Thank you.
Right, to try to use it. Okay. Note taken. Thank you, David. Jessica? Or, yeah, Nilsa, are you calling?
Yes, you're going to, okay, Jessica, I'm sorry. I have my head down. Jessica, please ask your question.
Thank you, Marissa. I guess I'm not sure I'm comfortable voting without seeing a draft of the letter. And the question I have is, is that standard practice? And is this time sensitive to get approval now to move forward on? I know your meeting schedule was a little out of sync last month, but if this is something that should have come out of.
So, I mean, I can read the letter. I think it was also provided in our packet.
Sure.
And Angel, correct me if I'm wrong. And so I think just for the interest of, I can certainly, read the draft letter, but I know that it's also provided for us to.
If it's
kind of
provided,
go
I'll
through
go find it. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm not sure if there were any other questions.
Angela?
So I read the letter. You're asking for the 700,000 to be put back into a comparable program as it was in before. But in it, you state that you want them to redirect funds that was going to be put into a loan program. So why is that? That's what I read.
I'm sorry, what's this, why is?
Why are you adding that to this? Excuse me, I can understand requesting the other 700 that had been allotted, a part of the 4 million. So why do you want to take money from what they were going to put together to create a loan program in the community?
No.
That's what I thought I read.
This is grant, so this is money that would be given.
That part.
Not, yes. So the funds here would be granted, not in the form of a loan.
Remaining unused. You have here the remaining, unused grant funds from the first phase, plus additional funds shifted from what was previously planned for the loan program. The loan program
Right,
was
so
also
that's
supposed
additional.
to be. Wasn't that loan
ahead, I'm
program
sorry.
supposed to be established to also allow for a lower interest rate lending opportunity for the community? So why would you want, even if it's small business only?
So here's the thing with grants, you're getting the money without it being a loan, right?
Right, I understand that. But loans generate economic activity because it generates other funds that then would have more money to loan out into the community.
Okay, I guess I'm looking at it as we are giving out money as opposed to lending. I'm always in the support of giving out as opposed to making loans. So I'm seeing this as a positive where I'm thinking that you're feeling that this is a negative.
Yes, I do.
And so you think that giving out
Marissa,
funds. Yeah,
I'm sorry. This is Nilsa. It's my understanding, and maybe you can clarify, or others on the board can clarify, that the remaining funds for the loan programs, at some point the loan program had closed, and there was they were looking, they had the Paycheck Protection Program, then they had the other iteration that they were working on. So I'm not sure.
One was a grant program, right, Nilsa?
Right.
That's the first
grant
one.
Right. So the grant program is to give out money outright, right? Like I know Councilwoman Diana Ayala have put some money out and things like that. But I believe that the loan program also had some remaining funds that they weren't sure what to do with. And Marissa, I think that's the funds you're talking about, right? To put any programs that the loan program may not have used and may not be reallocating, to join that with any grant program monies that haven't been used, to try to merge them, to use them for the benefit of East Harlem. Yes? Or the community at large.
And for the grant, for giving out.
Okay.
All right.
Angela, does that answer your question?
It's what I thought that you said, yes. I don't agree, so I have the right to not vote for it or not. Not that it makes a difference, but that's my opinion.
No, that's fine. And so I'm gonna take some other questions, and then I'm gonna see if there's any more clarity, Angela, so that we can try to get you the information as you're asking for it so that we can make sure that we're all answering correctly, okay? So let me take these two questions and then I'll see if there's any clarity that we can give on this. Giselle, your hand is up.
Yes, hi, good evening, everyone. I do remember having a few conversations about why a grant was just, it would benefit the community and the businesses more than a loan at this point, even if the interest rates are low. Not only does a loan, have requirements that people have to meet, and a lot of our small businesses do not meet those requirements, unfortunately. And at the end of the day, the goal is for the person to repay back the loan so that it's feasible, it's equitable. But if a business, especially during COVID, can barely meet their current bills, a loan really it defeats the purpose. So I think that the grant, which is what Marissa was saying, the grant would benefit the community more as opposed to a loan program.
Thank you, Giselle.
Thank you,
You're
Giselle.
Dawn?
Oh, yeah, I was just trying to reiterate, just because I had been listening closely when Mr. Guzman was telling us about the nature of the loan program, that once that loan program closed, they gave out $3.3 million. They gave out as much as they could give out after more than one round. So, there will be other rounds, we hope, but the round that we're talking about closed on February 16th, and you can't reopen it. So the idea was, looking at the food insecurity and looking at the vulnerability of this community, it would be great if we could take those funds, and I think it's up to EDC, I'm not sure, someone has to correct me, but we could take those funds and reestablish the food distribution program that we had in the first 3 weeks of the pandemic, where we were able to have food delivered to people from our local restaurants.
Dawn, I think this is for just the grant, but then we're going to talk about the I Love New York. The I Love New York restaurants program, which is kind of what I think you're speaking of.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I guess I confused myself because I had made the motion originally, so maybe it changed. But I just wanted to speak in support of reusing those funds for food insecurity. I guess that's not going to really come out at this point.
Okay. Thank you, Dawn. Giselle, did you have another comment, or did you just not put your hand down?
I'm sorry, I didn't put my hand down.
Oh,
I'll put
okay.
it down
No,
now.
no, honey, it's okay. I just wanted to be sure that I didn't miss you. Jessica M.
Thank you, Nilsa, and I apologize for appearing unprepared and in some ways being unprepared, but I think the context is really helpful to understand the letter. In regards to Angela's concern and comment, would the committee be open to perhaps amending the letter to remove that plus additional funds, or is that problematic to the point? I think
regarding the loan.
Yes. At the fourth paragraph, the last phrase, the remaining unused grant funds from the first phase, period, and omit plus additional funds shifted from what was previously planned for the loan program, which seems very ambiguous and unclear. I don't know what that's referring to, or it muddies the point of please reallocate the $700,000 of unused grant funds to our community.
Ow, right. Okay. Understood. I didn't catch all of what you said there as to where the funds will go. Then that is something that can be amended.
Nye Whitaker?
Just a point of clarification. So just to take us one step back, it seemed like we were trying to replicate the wording of the original project intent. And so before we change, I just wanted to, kind of clarify, excuse me, whether or not our words are capturing the original program, because the original program was a two-part program through EDC administered by Union Settlement based on the funds that came from the Pathmark deal, which, our council member negotiated this deal. And that program was a two-part program. One was a series of grant funding that was available. The second was a series of low interest loans that were available. Based on what's been allocated, there's money left in the hopper. The loan program actually never went into full effect. They fought to give out more grants than loans because there were people in our community who never even got the first round of PPP because they didn't have the right documentation and or were immigrant run and didn't feel comfortable sharing information with the government and all sorts of other unique parameters. So it was advocated to give out more grants and loans because the grants required less paperwork and less had a lower bar to access the funds for consideration for East Harlem businesses. So there is still money left in the hopper of both the grant program and the loan program that was never instituted. So I just wanted to call attention for a point of clarification because I would want us to word it as such that still leaves money on the table in this other loan program that was never activated. So I do think maybe the wording needs to be wordsmith, but I do think we as a community board need to identify that we want all of the monies that are still left on the table to be now made available to East Harlem businesses for another round of funding. So if it's in the
whatever it is,
bucket, it's in the grant bucket, it's in the loan bucket, it's in the whatever bucket, we want it all to be reallocated and made available for this new round of distribution. So again, I think maybe the wording might need to be reformatted, but I do want to stress that the intent is to get the money from both of these different lines of funding into one place for this reallocation.
Right, because you don't want EDC to identify another community need and say, you said community and we put it in here. That's not
right,
what
and
we
the same ambiguous wording that I mentioned actually for the moratorium could also be done in this instance where it's very vague and then then the money is redistributed in a different way. So I do agree with, and I'm not sure what the process is at this time, to look at the wording of the initial proposal to include that in the new resolution, even though this was, or the new motion, even though this was already voted on. But I guess Angel and Nilsa, I will defer to you in terms of what the process should be at this time, just to rephrase and to go back to make sure that if this is approved on, it's very specific as to, I think that, we should include the grant and the loan, but to exactly where it's going.
So let me ask you a question. Are you making the recommended, or are you looking to make changes tonight? Or are you looking to pull this and make your changes and bring it to the next community board meeting? Is that, or is it that you prefer to do it today?
Not tonight. Well, but is there a way to do this before the next full board?
We would have to vote on it in executive and ratify it, but either way, the board would have to eventually vote on it. Does this have, and I'm going to bring Angel into the conversation. Is this time sensitive? That Marissa?
Well, we spoke about this last month at our meeting, and it did.
It seemed like it's time sensitive.
We knew that the timeline was coming up in regards to this.
Okay,
right, and then
so
we have a document out.
So let me ask Angel. This is my question. In hearing what you're hearing, Marissa, do you feel that there's substantial changes that that need to be made in light of one, what Jessica stated and what Nice stated. When you're looking to incorporate changes, what exactly are you looking to fine tune? And then I'm going to bring Angel into it, even though I know he don't want to be brought into it, but I will.
No, but I think for specificity purposes, and to ensure that, you know, the letter is stating exactly where we would like the funds to go, as opposed to just back into the community. I think that that's extremely important, so that there's no question. And then also just to look, I think, at the original proposal to see if there's anything else in there that would need to be in alignment with the redistribution of the funds, exactly how it was intended in the original proposal. So those are my concerns that I can't just change right now on the fly.
Okay, so my last question, and then so in terms of getting this out, I think I asked the question, I might have missed it because I didn't have a lot of coffee today. Is there a time, is there a deadline that this is due? Like, for instance, is this a recommendations being accepted, let's say, to the funding source, to EDC, before they make their decisions? So for instance, are they looking to put together a program that's going to start on April 1st? And so it's important that we get them their comments
So
March
this is,
31st.
I feel, we still need this. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
We still need to do this, right? This still needs to be done, and as soon as possible. Everything in terms of money, in terms of funds, everything for our community now is really like as soon as possible, but it's also, okay, as soon as possible. And if we have a document out there, making sure that it's the right document and not just doing it for the, you know, okay, we just have to get something out right now.
Okay.
I mean, we voted on motions in the past, Nelson, and wrote the letter and corrected it afterwards, right? So, you know.
Yeah, so that exactly. So that was another word I was asking, you know, is there a workaround for this?
So what I'm gonna do, is I'm gonna bring Angel into it, but I think that any motion, right, or any corrections, it would have to state, you know, we will look to revise and be more specific, and you know what I mean? But let me ask
So that's
Angel,
fine.
because
So
I
those
want to
are,
make
but those
sure
are the
that
two.
right, I want to make sure that I'm not telling you wrong, and then it knocks out what you're doing. So Angel, in terms of any suggestions that you may have in order for us to want to look at this item tonight, and how anything should be worded to allow for the changes.
Sure. So one, it's not good practice to revise the content of a letter after it's been approved. Like if it's going to be a grammatical thing, sure. But if it's something substantive to the intent of the letter, that should not be done without being ratified by the full board. On the funds that were used for this grant and loan program, and I touched on this, it's important to know, because I know a couple of people have mentioned funds going to other places. That's not going to happen. Those were funds that were a community give back as a result of the Pathmark project, and are being shepherded by Councilmember Ayala. Councilmember Ayala has worked with EDC to establish this recovery program for small businesses affected by the COVID pandemic, by the economic shutdown that resulted from the COVID pandemic. And the intention was to, besides lowering barriers to accessing those funds, split it into one, a grant program that could bring direct immediate relief to these struggling businesses, but two, have a grant program that by the nature, a loan program that by the nature of being a loan program could be a replenishing fund to continue to support East Harlem businesses going forward. If it were to all be grants, once that money is done, that's it. The intention of the council member, to my understanding, and we've spoken a couple of times about this, is that half of the funds would be used in direct grants and half would be used in this loan program, that with the intention of it, replenishing itself and just being a ongoing thing, because finding millions of dollars to have this kind of availability for small businesses, doesn't happen every day. And we certainly know in East Harlem, it certainly doesn't happen every day. So that is my understanding of the council member's intent. And my understanding of the committee's intent was from after hearing from Mr. Guzman from Union Settlement, who's administering the program on behalf of EDC, is so they heard that there were going to be several $100,000 unused from that first phase of the grant program. And he had mentioned in his report that perhaps doing more grants would be more beneficial to East Harlem businesses than doing loans. It's not my understanding, and perhaps I'm wrong on this point, that he said to not do a loan program, but that more grants would bring more direct relief because there's still a dire need, a dire immediate need. So the letter was crafted with the intention of saying we should do a second phase of the grant program, utilizing the leftover funds from the first phase of the grant program and dip into the loan program, but not use the whole thing. I don't think it says that, nor was it my understanding that that was the intent.
I think the information that's missing, I think it's just the specificity in terms of, okay, who's administering it? Where is it going? I think that's more, yes, there is the issue of the grants versus the loan, but then also too, if we are re-granting these funds, and I know you said, Angel, it's not going to go anywhere, but there's nothing I think in the letter that really states to the point that it's not going to be going anywhere. And so once it's out there, it's out there. I guess would be
so just from what I'm hearing, I will second what Angel says. The East Harlem, this money was used because it was a community give back at the Pathmark site. And Diana Ayala had to unearth a lot to find this money. So I don't think that it will go anywhere without her squawking really loud. But with that said, I think we need to be sure. I don't know if anybody would feel comfortable voting on it just because of what was brought up, the questions between the grant program, the loan program, the intent. So this is something that the executive committee can look at next. That's why I'm asking if there is, it seems like there are questions that we might need answers to that maybe should be explored. I'm not sure if us putting a vote without having specificity may get the vote that you may be looking for.
No. So I think that if we are putting a letter out, that we do need to include some additional specificity.
Okay.
I mean,
okay. So so then I would suggest, right, that you go back and do the research that you were saying, the specificity that you're talking about. We can definitely look at it at executive if it's before full board. We could take a vote there, but eventually it'll have to come to the full board to be ratified. That's why I'm asking again if there is a deadline. If it's just us putting together a position of support, right, like what we would like to see, and there is not an urgency, then we're talking about roughly in 3 weeks, where the full board will vote on it, roughly 4 weeks.
so I would like to go back and then bring it back to the board with more.
Okay, all right.
There
so
are
we're
already
gonna,
letters of support there, and so I think that would be, if we are putting something out, to make sure that it's clear and that there's no discrepancy.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna table that motion. We're gonna let the committee go back and put in the specificity that Marissa said and get us any information that will answer the board members' questions when this comes up again. Thank you, Angela, for the points that you raised, and Jessica and Marissa, thank you for your diligence on this. So we're in agreement that we're gonna table this item right now. Yes, Marissa? Okay, so with that, I'm gonna move to the second item, if that's okay. The
Yep.
second item says, Nye Whitaker made a motion to support the proposed I Love New York Restaurants program. The motion was seconded by Giselle Malave and passed unanimously. Would you like to, I don't know if you touched base on this, but if you'd like to explain a little bit about this. I know you talked about it in your minutes. I don't know if you want to reiterate anything.
No, absolutely. So we actually discussed this last month as well. This is an initiative that Assemblyman Robert Rodriguez is looking to get off the ground and looking for support on. This specific initiative is a New York statewide initiative that would cost roughly $25 million and would provide 2.7 meals. The program is a partnership between restaurants and community organizations, and it would be similar to the World Central Kitchen program, which was previously done at the beginning of the pandemic, where a lot of restaurants were awarded funds to give out food to the community. And so this initiative would be funded one of two ways, either through the state budget or through funds issued by FEMA that were released in accordance with an executive order February 5th, 2021. This is an initiative that is being pushed by the Assemblyman. It is not yet in play, but he's looking for our support in helping to get the word out about this program and actually pushing more information out to the community about what's going on and trying to get it funded.
Thank you, Marissa. Does the board have any questions on this before we put it to a vote? Angela?
I'm sorry again. So I read the letter that you wrote, and I understand the need to support the local businesses and to feed people. What I don't agree with, and I wanted to ask if Robert put this in his information on how to describe this, talking about this like it's going to eliminate food insecurity and the losing out on food deserts. That has nothing to do with this in a way. Yes, people will eat because right now we're still in the midst of the pandemic, but this does not, I think, address the community board stance on food insecurities and people living in food deserts. So I would prefer that to be taken out of the letter. It addresses the organization, like feeding people in the moment, supporting the local businesses through the funding, but it doesn't really address food insecurities. That's my thought.
Thank you, Angela.
Thank you, Angela.
Nye?
I was just, I had wrote Giselle, but I'm not sure she's still on. I was just really wanting someone to drop the link to the petition that is being circulated, because I thought that that might be more helpful to the board members. Thank you, Angela, for your point, but I do think that right now there is a food insecurity and that there are many homebound and seniors and others who can't get out and get access to food, who are not comfortable with having someone deliver it to them, from a random grocery store, et cetera, and would love a trusted, vendor to be providing the services. Plus, it was so helpful when the World Central Kitchen was here and partnered with our restaurants. And so when that stopped, it was also another interruption, just like when the grant stopped and the funding stopped, in their ability to stay open, to hire their people and keep them employed and provide a key service. There was also cultural and dietary issues that weren't addressed by the city program that can be, addressed by our local restaurants. So I'm greatly in support of this I Love New York Restaurants program. And I'd love to have as many board members personally and through your network sign on to support this petition.
Thank you, Nye.
So
thank you. Giselle?
She wants to speak because my hand was still raised, so I would have raised it again.
Okay, so Angela, then I'm gonna let you comment, and we have several other people with their hands up as well, so I want to give them a chance as well. So say your comment, and then I'm gonna move on to Giselle.
So yes, there is a level of food insecurity, but we're also moving out. But also in the beginning of the pandemic, We also didn't have food being delivered. Like you couldn't get food in the supermarket to cook. So there was an urgent need at that time that I don't think exists. And therefore, I just don't think that you can equate this with food insecurity and living in food or grocery deserts, which is what is in the letter. Addressing the economic viability for the local businesses, utilizing the FEMA funds for the program, I have no problem with that. I just think that saying that is one, that dynamic is totally different from this. My opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela.
Marissa, do you have a comment? If not, I'm going to move to the next couple of hands.
No. So I mean, just my comment to that is, thank you for your response on that matter. I don't think this is necessarily alleviating all and ensuring world hunger, and I think this is a portion of it, and it does help to and speak to that initiative. So understanding your point, I think this is just a drop in the bucket, but this is by no means a tool to permanently, do this, So I thank you for your comment, and I understand where you are coming from. Thank you.
Thank you. Giselle?
I also wanted to add, thank you, Angela, for your comments. I think that as restaurants, because we deal with food directly, we understand how fast prices can go up with food, and how we see it firsthand with people. I think that's why, like Marissa said, it's not going to solve all hunger that's happening in New York, but at least here in the community in East Harlem, and like Robert Rodriguez is trying to make this something that's more statewide. I think it will help our community directly, because we do see it firsthand every single day. Obviously, families, a lot of people can't provide for themselves as they did before COVID, because maybe loss of income, and many other reasons. And I can drop the information that I have and that I was sent, that I believe a couple of others, I know everyone in the committee was sent that. So I can drop some of the information just so that it's just maybe a little bit more clear, and it has pictures and things like that, so that you all can read it, and maybe it'll bring some clarity as well.
Thank you. And thank you, Giselle, for your help on this initiative. Again, it's not, I don't think bringing funds into the community is something that we should be spending so much time on. This is something that is, we're working to get these funds. I'm just, I don't know, I guess my mouth is open at the amount of conversation around bringing money into the community.
Thank you. Elsie?
Thank you.
Hello. I'm sorry. Hi. I agree. So I'm hearing a lot of like funds and FEMA and stuff. I just don't know like specificities of the program, like how many, I guess, restaurants they're gonna help, or I guess maybe I don't know.
So a part of that, and there is a white page report that's going around in regards to how many restaurants. That's to be determined based off of the funding, the areas, and again, this is statewide. So the determination in regards to the communities and the restaurants that would be using this program, there are two ways that it's being determined. It's either through the last quarterly income of the restaurant, and hold on 1 minute. Yes, the sales of the restaurant within the last quarter, and then the second being the state identified need for that specific area. So if the area is sourced as a food desert, we are in one, then that's how the neighborhoods would be determined, and then the restaurants would be determined further after that is identified. So we fall into, the category of being one of the areas that would be serviced if this initiative was passed.
Thank you, Marissa. Jada?
Hi, yeah. Awesome comments and discussions from all of the members so far. I do want to echo and maybe propose, well, not propose as in propose a motion, but just yet, but just sort of pitch an idea. Because I think that Angela does have a point. When we talk about the letter, it seems to say that this program, or it doesn't say this directly, but it almost seems to imply that this program is going to solve food insecurity and like address directly the long-standing chronic problem of food insecurity that existed even before the pandemic. And I think that one way we might be able to just sort of circumvent this uh, difference in opinion is maybe just changing the wording of the letter just like a little bit, and saying the initiative would partner with local community-based organizations with restaurants to bridge the like newly widened or increasingly widening due to the pandemic, or add some sort of language in there that indicates that the gap that's being filled, the one that is the one that was widened and deepened due to the pandemic within the community. And I think that could be a way to sort of resolve some of the discussion that we've been having right now. And my second sort of comment / question is about the program itself, just so I understand it a little better. The last, in that second paragraph thing, it says at the end, the second being based on the state identifying food resource deserts and awarding funding to those specific areas. Does anyone know how long that funding is meant to last? Like, is that funding for food deserts in East Harlem, or funding for food deserts, which happens to include some of East Harlem, that would apply for the duration of the pandemic? Was that meant to like fix some of the structural issues that Angela brought up before, or sort of like what's going on
Just to be
there?
clear, this is just the initial support. The program has yet to be actually built out. And thank you so much, Jada, for your response. First of all, I appreciate you, commenting on the letter and how be clearer. This is just to support the initiative. This is still in the process of being fleshed out. This is just a request to say, yes, can we get these funds? And then, let's figure out once we get these funds, how specifically we're going to impact this, right? So in terms of us having a deep conversation on where is this going, who specifically is getting this, yes, this needs to be had up front. And I agree, right? Because then once we get it, then it's a mad scramble. But I think this is a New York State-wide initiative, right? So yes, East Harlem will be getting a portion of it based on the parameters that are presented. And I'm happy to share out the information that was shared with the committee, and I believe the board overall on this initiative. But again, this is just to get the conversation going and to see how we can get, again, this is additional funds back into the community. So at 11 p.m., I know we don't, we shouldn't be caring so much about the time, but again, this is just to bring money in. Whether we feel it was a food desert before the pandemic, after the pandemic, there are people hungry. That doesn't seem to be before, after the pandemic, doesn't seem to be a minute concern at this time, in my opinion. But happy to continue to discuss money coming into our community.
Okay, I see 3 more questions, and I'm going to then put a cap on this. This is my understanding, a letter to support a proposed program. This is not a letter. I just want clarity, Marissa, so I'm asking you, because I think if you can clarify for me, this is a letter like anything. When something is like an RFEI or anything like that, that you ask for comments. This is a letter based on a white paper stating, would we support this type of program for the reasons that they want to do this, and this. This letter, in my understanding, is drafted to help support a proposed program that is on paper that can benefit some of the existing challenges that we have, as Jada said, through the increasingly widening gap of the pandemic. There is no guarantee, and I just want to say this from a person who answers proposals and writes them. In these kind of proposed letters that we write, there is no guarantee, even if we fit the criteria, that we will get this money. Isn't that so?
It's statewide, right? This is a
It's
statewide initiative.
initiative.
But there are carve outs where our community would fall into play, but it's not specific to East Harlem.
Exactly. So that's, I just want to be clear, because I think it's important. This is not a letter for a program that is going to give us money, and we have the input to adjust their language. This is a letter where we are supporting what they put in writing for the reasons that we fit some of what they've written in their white paper. And so we can word it however we like, but the fact of the matter is we may fit in this program. There are carve-outs. We may have some food deserts. We have some food insecurity, but we're just looking to be part of this conversation and get part of this pie in this community. We just want some money. That's correct. Is that not so, Marissa?
That is correct.
All right. That is the clearest way I can make it. It's for a proposed program. It is asking for support for something that is in writing, and how we can add our voices to potentially bring a piece of this pie to the community if we are deemed eligible and we are given monies. With that
And the
said,
first start is simply supporting, right? It's
Exactly.
simply saying, yes, let's support, and then go from there. Before we get into the weeds of the details and who did what, it's first, let's support.
Right. So that's what this is the focus of. Stephen,
Yes, Madam Chair.
your hand is up.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, so Elsie has her hand up. I'm gonna ask Elsie if she has an additional comment to make. And then if not, I'm putting this, you know, we still have another item to get through. So Elsie, did you have a comment?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, so hold that thought, Stephen. Nye Whitaker. So all discussion has been put to bed. I see no more hands. It is understood that this is a letter of support for a proposed program that may, based on its white paper, could bring funds to East Harlem. All right. So Nye Whitaker made a motion to support the proposed I Love New York Restaurants program. The motion was seconded by Giselle Malave and passed unanimously. Right. With that said, Stephen Villanueva had his hand up to make a motion. Stephen?
Motion to support the committee's recommendation.
Okay. Is there a second? Who seconded?
Second by Candy.
Second by Candy. Roll call vote, Angel. I hope I'm not shouting. I'm sorry.
You're at a good level for 11 p.m.
Thank you.
Stephanie Arroyo.
She was having Wi-Fi issues, so it's possible she's upstate. So she may not be on the call anymore.
Sorry.
Oh,
I'm
is
voting,
she?
right?
Yes.
Yes, the answer is yes.
Thank you,
Sorry.
Stephanie. Yolanda Brown,
Yes.
Eva Chan,
Yes.
Carlos Diaz,
Yes.
Angela Donadell.
I don't know how to vote. I don't care for the letter the way it is. So I vote yes.
Okay.
But I don't like the letter.
Okay.
I'm not against the principle, I'm against the letter.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jessica Elliott,
Yeah.
Elsie Encarnacion,
Yes.
Judith Ferraro,
Yes.
Raja,
Yes.
Sandy,
Yes.
David,
Yes.
Joe Goldblum, John Green,
Aye.
Robert Harvey, Ada,
Yes.
Ivy,
Yes.
Marissa,
Yes.
Giselle,
Yes.
Tricia,
Yes.
Francis,
Yes.
I'm sorry, Angel, before you go any further, if you have voted and you are unmuted, please mute yourself because I'm hearing a television background and I can barely hear the vote. Thank you so much. Angel, continue.
Jennifer Meyer,
Yes.
Jessica Morris,
I think I'm with Angela, but yes.
Nelsa Arama,
Yes.
Andrew Padilla,
Yes.
Art Perez,
Yes.
John Sanders,
Yes, sorry.
Xavier,
Yes.
Jeremiah,
Yes.
Isaac,
Yes.
Russell,
Yes.
Benny,
Mimi time. I mean, yes, yes.
Stephen,
Yes.
Candy says yes.
thank you, Candy, Nye,
I love the candy third person. Nye Whitaker says yes.
Michelle,
I want more money in the area. Yes.
Jason Wu,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you so much, Community Board 11. I appreciate the robust conversations, but I will suggest that we review the materials beforehand so we can make suggestions beforehand, because sometimes it becomes very difficult to change things right at the full board. And so consequently, we end up sending things back to committee that actually are time sensitive. I thank you all for your work. I'm going now to the executive session. That's my committee. I'm going to be very brief. You all have in front of you an action item. It's for the New York State of Mind Easter Extravaganza 2021. Their paperwork came in after licenses and permits met. Consequently, executive had to make a decision on that. During our executive committee meeting, just to interject in my report, we had George James talk about the East Harlem Resiliency Study and the Harlem Greenway. And so that was a really robust conversation that we had. And Angel Muscane spoke about board procedures and proposed meeting scripts to help us be more efficient and put all the committees almost like, I won't say on an even keel, but on a standard. And so that was the gist of the meeting. But to go back to the item we're gonna vote on now, this is our last item, folks, so hang in with me. So this is a health fair dated for April 3rd, 2021. The setup is at 12, breakdown is at 6:30. It's gonna be at East 114th Street between First Avenue and Pleasant Avenue. It's a full street closure. Paul Dawkins is the applicant. They've done a lot of events in our community. A motion was made to approve by Jason Villanueva. It was seconded by Xavier Santiago and passed unanimously. NISM, Mr. Dawkins was questioned extensively as to the layout of the event, how they were going to do crowd control, how they were going to do social distancing. Judith Fabraro asked a lot of questions at that time. And so the answers came back satisfactorily to us. They had all their paperwork, and therefore we voted unanimously. If there are no questions, all right, I don't know if there are, but if there are no questions that need to be answered about this item, is there a motion to accept the committee recommendation?
Motion by Villanueva.
Yeah,
Wait,
motion
can
to
I say,
accept.
One moment.
can I say something?
Yes, Judith.
Yeah.
Is that Judith?
Well,
Yes.
yes. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I messed up my tab, so I'm coming up as Eva Chan. But
Oh.
anyway, so I'm on the phone now. Yeah, the April 3rd is like what, a week, 2 weeks away.
Right.
Now, we don't even know what's going to happen as far as having that street closure. That was a very big basic concern of mine. If we can't open the street according to SAPO or whatever, like I said, there's been no definitive answers yet. Do they have to wait until next year, or is
that's
it because this is something they've been doing every year?
right. So
Or
we
when?
are approving this event for this day. If SAPO
Right.
determines that this is not going to happen on that day, then it won't happen on that day. If they decide that it's, and they can, and I don't know what the conversation would be with SAPO. Maybe they can propose an alternative date if SAPO says
Well,
to them
that's
do.
my concern, so
Right,
that they
so-
don't lose out the year,
Right.
and that maybe in a month or two they would be able to still
Right.
do it.
Right. So what we need to do tonight is vote on this item so that he has
Right.
the ability, he has the board
Right.
approval to do this and has our support. And then we'll all keep our fingers crossed that with
Yeah.
all the plans that he's put in place, it will happen. And then if it doesn't, then we're going to cross that bridge when we get to it, because we won't have the answer tonight. We will just be guessing.
Right.
If that makes
Okay.
sense. All right.
All right.
Thank you,
I'll
Judith.
speak to Marlene about it and see, if there's something
Yeah.
that we can do.
Yes, Judith, that's great. You speak to Marlene, and then we'll
Right.
follow up. If should the event not happen, then SAPO can tell us whether all they have to do is just change their date and not have to come back to
Right.
the community
Yeah,
board, or
'cause
just let us know.
I would hate for them to lose the year. You know what I mean?
Sure. Okay.
Madam
Thank
Chair,
you,
I'll
Judith.
second the motion.
Okay. Who did the first motion? Was it Stephen
Villanueva.
Villanueva? Right?
Villanueva.
Yes.
Steven.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah. I put Stephen down, but then I got sidetracked. Okay. And Carlos Diaz seconded. Angel, do a roll call vote.
Stephanie,
Thank you.
Yolanda,
Yes.
Eva,
Yes.
Carlos,
Yes.
Angela,
Yes.
Jessica, Elliot,
Yes.
Elsie,
Yes.
Judith,
Yes.
Raja,
Yes.
Sandy,
Yes.
David,
Yeah.
Joe Goldblum, John Green,
Aye.
Robert Harvey, Jada,
Yes.
Ivy,
Yes.
Marissa,
Yes.
Giselle,
Yes.
Patricia,
Yes.
Francis,
Yes.
Jennifer Meyer,
Yes.
Jessica Morris,
Yes.
Nelsa,
Yes.
Andrew,
What are we voting on? I'm kidding. Yes.
To go to bed.
Delia. That's okay. What's the next one? Arturo,
Yes.
Dawn,
Yes.
Xavier,
Yes.
Jeremiah,
Yes.
Isaac,
Yes.
Russell,
Yes.
Benny,
Wake
Stephen,
up, Vinny.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you.
Stephen,
Yes.
Candy,
Yes.
Michelle,
Yes.
Nye, Jason Wu.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you so much. That's our last action item, but we still have 4 committees to hear from. So I will remind the committees to please give us your reports. Consider the important things that you feel that we should know. This board is tasked with reading minutes. And so with that, Land Use, Landmarks, and Planning Chair Stephen Villanueva.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, Madam Chair and CB11 family. We have a ton of information to review. I'm just kidding. Submitted for informational purposes only. We did have some key points and I want to go over. They're going to be closing down southbound lanes of Park Avenue from 110th to 112th for DEP to facilitate some sewer line enhancements associated primarily with the Sendero Verde project. However, the representative that came on board had alluded to the fact that it's part of a larger infrastructure upgrade. We have put in questions into the DEP. We didn't get very clear answers from them. It looked like they needed to do more research themselves because in their viewpoint, this was a project-specific upgrade, not a community-specific upgrade. One of our talented members of the committee, Mr. Padilla, is drafting questions that we will be submitting to DEP for response. I'm hoping that by next month's meeting, we have formal responses in writing. Obviously, the number one concern is any impact to the residents of those areas. Again, the street closure is slated for about 6 months. I don't know when the time, what date it's supposed to start. However, we'll keep you guys posted. Angel, do we have an update on when this work would start?
We have not been given a hard start date now.
10-4. Okay, and then just lastly, because the committee didn't have any action items before them, no particular land use items or ULURP actions, we used it as an opportunity for committee brainstorming to influence the upcoming agenda for the remainder of 2021. We had our land use consultant, George James, come by and give us an update on rent control on the Marx Brothers Playground. And we continued the conversation on the city council's bill, which is called Planning Together. We had a few members go to the public hearing. It doesn't appear like city council has got everything in order. There was a lot of back and forth with the Department of City Planning. So again, we will keep you guys abreast of any updates. That is all I have for my committee. I understand that our chair, Nelsa, had announced that this will be my last meeting. I just want to say thank you to all the members and the staff of Community Board 11. As the grandson of a sugarcane farmer and the son of a single mother raised in New York City public housing, it has been my honor and pleasure to have worked with you all on the board. This is not the last time I'll see you. I look forward to working with you all in the future. At this present time, I won't be reapplying. However, I'm sure I'll see you guys as we'll continue to advocate for the community at large. I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephen. I want to tell you it's been an honor and a privilege to have you as the chair of land use. But in addition, just to have you as a regular member of the board walking in, so inspiring and so wanting to learn and just adopting and adapting to the needs of the community and just embracing the work. And so I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. It's been an honor and a privilege to work with you.
Same here. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you. With that, we're going to move to housing, another superlative chair. Jeremiah Schlotman, who's also leaving us. It's been an honor and a privilege working with Jeremiah with all the information he brings us from his work at Legal Aid and all the different resources he brings to us, but just the general caring he has for our community. It will be missed, and I hope that he will continue to work with us in some fashion in the future. Jeremiah?
You know, so everyone, I did want to highlight, even though this is my last community board meeting for now, there are some points that I want to leave you with because the housing work will never stop. I wanted to just first point everyone to our minutes. Basically, over the last few months, NYCHA have come and talked to the Housing Committee. There are two programs you should know about. One is called RAD, that's a Rental Assistance Demonstration Project. And then there's also Blueprint for Change. Between these two programs, NYCHA estimates that it will cover all of its portfolio across in the city, right, of New York. The $40 billion in capital needs that are needed across the portfolio. Of course, if you need more details on RAD versus Blueprint for Change, you can look at past Housing Committee minutes or go to Housing Committee in the future. They are different. RAD involves public-private partnerships, so there are legitimate privatization concerns, even though NYCHA retains control over the land. A private entity would control management and the repairs in the apartments. With a long-term lease, the Blueprint for Change is distinct. It is a public end-to-end public control. It does create a statutory public entity that would administer the capital needs budget for the NYCHA that segment of the NYCHA portfolio that's under the Blueprint for Change. I think it was Stephanie Arroyo who had brought up the good point about what happens with the new Congress. As you folks know well, the Congress shifted, the Senate is now in Democratic control. So now there's potentially more possibilities. So we were talking to Senator Schumer, who had come to the community board meeting and had been able to talk about funding in Washington. As you know, the $1.9 trillion COVID relief package, of which there was $70 billion, Senator Schumer explained to us, and infrastructure improvements, which included public housing throughout the country. But Senator Schumer also said there was a special fund that he had created specially for jurisdictions that are in receivership. New York City is one of only 3 in the country that are in that state, and it has 80% of the apartments that are under receivership. So while Senator Schumer didn't give us an exact amount, there's supposed to be some nice little fund that's dedicated straight to NYCHA. So, the committee had discussed, that it will keep an eye on the developments. These things are evolving. NYCHA obviously says, there have been, and rightly so, decades of disinvestment from members of both parties in public housing, which is the only permanent affordable housing option in the country. So the only truly permanent affordable housing option. So because of this disinvestment, we have $40 billion in capital needs repairs. And so NYCHA is now presenting programs that they're trying to use to cover the shortfall. If there is more funding in the future, maybe we don't need these programs anymore. I know the committee will be looking and continuing. I know those programs will move ahead as planned, but maybe there's hope. Finally, I wanted to just give an update on the eviction moratorium in New York City Housing Court. The blanket eviction moratorium in New York State had expired on February 26, 2021. However, those who submit a hardship declaration, a COVID-19 hardship declaration, will have any evictions stayed through May 1st of 2021. Okay, so you can still file those declarations. You can even do it easily online. I'll drop the link online for you folks. And you can hand that out to people in the community if they have housing court cases, or even if they don't, but they're behind on rent. Thanks, Jason. Jason Wu already put it in the chat for us, so thank you. And then finally, New York City Housing Court is open. Everything is meeting virtually unless there's some extenuating circumstances why parties need to be in person. but even trials are being conducted virtually. They are moving ahead unless you have filed a hardship declaration. But the exceptions are if there is an ongoing nuisance that is going on, then the landlord can proceed with a case. Also, the courts are still hearing the tenant-initiated cases for repairs. So if you have emergency conditions or repair conditions in your apartment, the court has always been during the pandemic and continues to be open. So that's a very brief overview of some points. I did want to touch on those because those are things that I think are important to go over, particularly during the pandemic, even more so. I know many of you have already heard some farewells on a couple of occasions, but it has been an absolute privilege to serve on Community Board 11 and to chair the Housing Committee. I do think, Angel and Xavier were really great, especially when early on in my development with their institutional knowledge and guidance. And Nilsa, gave me the opportunity to lead a committee on an issue so fundamental, as something as fundamental as housing, right? In our community, which is the plurality is low income, and a third of our rental housing stock in East Harlem is public housing. So this is a very important issue, near and dear to my heart, to many of, I know, my colleagues, all of your hearts. So it's been really great work. I've been proud to work on this issue on behalf of East Harlem over the last few years. And I will miss it. I really will. It was a very difficult decision, but I realized that the demands on me right now were such that I could not give East Harlem its due and what it deserved as a member of the community board, and particularly as the chair of this housing committee. So, I know there's many more of you who I probably haven't even mentioned. I hope that I have thanked you in person. I try to do that and let you know how important you've been. And so I really do thank you. I will treasure this experience, and I'm sure I won't be a complete stranger. I will still be advocating about on behalf of the individuals, the communities, and on the issues that I care about. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Jeremiah. And we can always welcome you back as a public member that doesn't tax you as much. I'm just saying, if not this year, next year. But it's been an absolute honor and a privilege to have you on this board. And I, again, thank you on the work that you've done on behalf of this community. And I also want to just take a moment and before I move forward to the next committee report, is just to take a moment because I mentioned him before, and I'm not sure he was on the call yet. Now, I just want to thank a longstanding member of this community board who did not reapply. His name is Joseph Goldblum. And if you've had the honor and the privilege of having Joseph in your community, in your committee, I will tell you that he's knowledgeable. He will ask insightful questions. He will bring so much information to us, especially when the council men were doing things and keeping us on our toes. And he would add so much to the conversations to the district needs and budget, and the land use committees and in other committees that he served in over the years. And I want to thank Joe Goldblum for all the work that he's put in on behalf of this community. It's been an honor and a privilege. His support has been tremendous for me as chair over the years. And I'm hoping that he will see his way into potentially being a public member in the future. He's taking care of himself, but I am so glad that he is on this call because he will always be a part of Community Board 11. So I wanted to take a moment and thank Joe Goldblum for his work on behalf of this community. With that said, I'm going to now move to public safety and transportation. And that is chaired by Jose Altamirano. Is he still on the call?
No, so I don't believe Jose was on the call tonight.
Oh, okay. So Jessica, would you do the honors?
Sure. I believe we're informational purposes only.
Okay.
I'll just say that we had a presentation by Council Member Diana Ayala regarding some work that she's been doing on policing and vulnerable populations in our district. And I think that dovetails a fair bit with some of the work that Human Services has been putting forward. So I think in the future, the ongoing overlap between committees, particularly human services and public safety, will be something to continue to further support. So beyond that, committee discussion on e-bike safety and some conversation about outreach regarding public safety and transportation in the district. Informational purposes only.
Thank you so much, Jessica. Are there any questions for Jessica? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Jessica.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Yeah, it's me. I did want to talk about the those e-bikes or whatever they're called on the sidewalks.
Okay.
Because literally I got hit by one on Madison Avenue turning the corner, and I fell, and my knee is like all bruised, and I was holding my dog at the same time. It's like, do they have like these electronic skateboards also?
Are you asking Jessica? Has the committee
Yeah,
discussed that as
because
well?
as I was walking on Madison Avenue going towards 119th Street, he came flying around the corner into Madison Avenue, hit me. I was holding my dog. I dropped the leash of my dog, and he ran into the street. Let me tell you, if he would have gotten killed, I would have killed that guy. But, I mean, things like this that they're doing on sidewalks, whether it's e-bikes or these electronic skateboards or whatever, I mean, this has to be stopped because it's dangerous. I banged up my whole leg.
Judith,
thank you. Jessica, maybe you can speak to whether the committee will be expanding the discussion or has expanded the discussion for all things electronic.
Absolutely. Judith, I think let's follow up. The types of experiences that you've had are important to better understand, and that's part of the reason why the committee has taken up with the issue and the topic, because it is a safety concern. I'll follow up with you, and I want to hear more about what happened, but I think it is something that the committee in the committee's work will continue to try to advance.
Yeah, because if it was one of the older persons with a walker or something, and he came flying around from 119th into Madison Avenue, it's becoming dangerous.
Thank you, Judith. So yes, definitely follow up that conversation with Jessica. So then this way it can help inform the committee, and then the committee can expand their discussions and take it from there. Thank you for sharing. All right.
Okay.
And if we have no questions for Jessica, we are going to move to district need and budget. I don't think that Jason is still on the call.
He's not.
Okay, so if there are any minutes, then I'm going to deem them for informational purposes only. And then with that, I'm going to move into new business. I personally don't have any new business. Angel, I see no notation on the agenda. Is there any new business that we should be discussing?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Any old business? Well, old is 11:38, so everything that was new is probably old by this time. I have no, so I have no old business to discuss. Before we move forward, we do have at least one more vote to take. It's the motion to approve all the reports you've heard tonight. We heard the chair report, the DM report, the vice chair report, the licenses and permits, environment, open space and parks, human services, youth and education, eco, dev and culture, the executive committee reports, land use, housing, public safety, and district needs was for informational purposes only. So before
Motion by Villanueva.
Motion by Stephen
Second by
Villanueva to
Candy.
accept. You guys are a team, huh? Second by Candy Vive Vasquez. All in favor, roll call vote. With that as well, Angel. I know, Angel. Oh, can I vote? Can I do it by acclamation?
Yeah, I got a second win, so I'm not even sleepy anymore.
All right.
No, you
Angel.
we could, whatever you say, Madam Chair.
Okay, so
This
we're
is your
gonna
show.
do that vote by acclamation. We ain't doing this again. All
I
in
would have called
favor?
it. I would have called it really slow roll.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? No present, not voting.
Present, not
The-
voting. I'm just
Don't
being
do
a
that,
pain.
Andrew. Andrew, I know where you live. Don't do that. With that, the motion passes. The announcement is that the next full board meeting will be on Tuesday, April 20th, 2021. Is there any other announcement that we want to make?
Is it gonna be Nilsa?
Any announcements we want to make other than the April 2021 meeting? I don't see any hands. So with that, I am going to do a motion. I'm going to adjourn the meeting at 11:40. Motion to adjourn.
Motion by Villanueva.
Villanueva,
Okay.
second by Candy, and acclamation. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. The meeting
Have a
is
good night,
adjourned
everyone.
at 11:40.
Good night.
Good night, all.